The broadcast of the regular meeting of the Budget Committee will now begin.
Chair Palmisano, your microphone is muted.
Sorry about that. Good morning. My name is Lene Palmisano. I'm the chair of the Budget Committee, and I'm going to call to order this regular committee meeting for Monday, November 16th. Before we proceed, I will note for the record that this meeting has remote participation by council members and city staff as authorized under the provisions of Minnesota Open Meeting Law, Section 13D.021, due to the declared state of local public health emergency. At this time, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll to verify which council members are present. Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Reich.
Present.
Gordon.
Here.
Cunningham.
Present.
Ellison.
Present.
Osman.
Here.
Goodman.
Present.
Jenkins.
Here.
Cano. Bender.
Here.
Schrader.
Here.
Johnson.
Present.
Fletcher.
Here.
Cano. Chair Palmisano.
Present.
There are 12 members present.
Thank you. Please let the record reflect we have a quorum. Colleagues, today's meeting is the first of 3 formal hearings to invite the public to share with us their ideas, concerns, and suggestions about the mayor's recommended 2021 budget. We will be conducting 2 additional public hearings as in prior years, and those have been noticed to the public and included on the council's published calendar. The next public hearing will be Wednesday, December 2nd, beginning at 6:05 p.m. That is the Truth in Taxation hearing required by state law. The third and final public hearing is Wednesday, December 9th at 6:05 p.m. These hearings will be held at adjourned meetings of the full City Council and not at this committee. We anticipate that the full council will take final action on the proposed 2020 budget following its public hearing on December 9th that same night. This committee has conducted a series of hearings on each department's budget request over the past several weeks. All of those meetings were broadcast on the city's TV channel and streamed on the city's website. And all of the documentation from those meetings has been posted and is available to the public from the city's budget website. At this point, I will open the public hearing. We have 166 speakers signed up to speak today. We will be taking speakers in the order that they are registered. Each speaker will be given 90 seconds to address the committee. We have a timer to help speakers monitor the use of their time, and you will hear a buzzer when your time is up on the call. There are some with interpretation needs, and we will surely give some leeway for this as it gets a little bit more complicated. Today, with the help of our city team, we have sign language, Spanish language, and Somali language interpreters. We do not want the public feeling they need to attend all 3 of our scheduled hearings as speakers to say the same thing. So I ask that when you choose to make your voice heard, that's your time to speak, and that you don't come back and take up other people's opportunities to speak at future hearings. Since this is for the public and you all might need a break too, we are going to run public testimony from now until 12 p.m. We will open again at 12:30 p.m. after a brief 30-minute recess, and we will power through until a close time of 4 p.m. I mentioned that we have some interpreters. I want to remind you that we have 3 public hearings. We are the only city or county or local jurisdiction that does that, and we are offering real-time live participation in all 3 of these hearings. You also have an opportunity to contact your council member or the mayor's office, and we know that we never do enough to hear the voices in public meetings like this, but we are working our best, and with the help of a really great communications and technical team, we're able to do more than any other local jurisdiction. For the tech team, these are my expectations, and I wanted to make sure that we know that we expect respectful participation from callers and from testifiers. If people are not acting in a respectful way, I will ask you to mute that speaker. If they continue, I will ask you to remove that caller. In order to hear as many different voices as possible, again, we ask that you only speak once. I'm going to call people's numbers and their name together, your number in line. I might not get your name right. This way you will know which number you're at and when you're coming up soon. Again, everyone has a right to be heard, but our broadcasts are open to families and children, and I ask you to be mindful of that we are operating in the public domain. Let's see. I think I have said all I need to say. When you are called on to speak, I'm going to ask you to press *6 to unmute your phone. Wait a moment and you'll hear a recorded message that says you are unmuted before you begin speaking, and then please state your name and go ahead with your testimony. So moving to the speaker list, I will call on our first person registered, Mr. Bill Rodriguez. Welcome. Press *6.
Good morning. My family in South Minneapolis is among the many that has been hit by crime, and our fear is that you are about to make a bad situation worse. I support the need for police reform and for your broader holistic public safety approach. But guys, we also need more cops on the street, now and tomorrow. This is not an either-or choice. We need both, the police and reform, and we need both, the police and public safety alternatives. There are two realities that should guide this budget discussion. Number one, we need a fully staffed police force, not only for our safety, but to make alternative programs work. Otherwise, you will be putting up a house of cards with no foundation for those programs to succeed. Just ask your violence interrupters. And number two, you need to look elsewhere in the city budget to fund your latest pet projects, because every $1 million that you transfer from the police will cost us 8 to 10 officers. This is unacceptable in this time of crisis. Your number one job is to keep us safe. And studies show the best way to deter crime is by having officers on the beat. So find the fat elsewhere, but don't mess with our safety. Use common sense. Put aside your stubborn ideology, which does not reflect the will of the majority. We are seeing the funding and what the funding looks like, and we don't like it. And next summer may be even worse. So don't let an undersized segment of the community unduly influence you with their oversized megaphone. Let's be pragmatic. Fully fund the police, find money elsewhere for anything else. Don't make a bad situation worse, and next year's elections will take care of the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. I meant to call the first 5 callers. The second caller will be Eric Wan, the third, Alex Moss, the fourth, Benjamin Broughton, the fifth, Jim Meyer, and after that, Becca Thompson. So those are the next 5 people in line. Eric Wan, are you on the line? Go ahead, please. Eric Wan?
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
This is Leon. I'm with the BBCC, and we deserve to live in a city where the people that serve us don't make us feel unsafe. The police department has time and time again failed to protect black people and to treat us with dignity and respect. I, as a black woman, was profiled for being mistaken for a guy on robbery charges. The money we are spending on the Minneapolis Police Department would be better spent on mental health workers and social workers. This would help de-escalate the violence in Minneapolis to prevent situations like the one I had to go through.
Sir, could you please state your name for the record? I don't believe this is Eric Wan.
Lee Williams with the BBCC.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have Eric Wan on the call? Eric Wan. Okay, moving on. Alex Moss, are you on the call? Go ahead, please.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
We can. Is this Alex?
Yes, it is. Good morning, and thank you, City Council. My name is Alex Moss, and I am co-owner of a corporation based in Minneapolis, business stakeholder, and I'm a concerned citizen who is not okay with the current system or efficiency of public safety in Minneapolis. But I do recognize that there are two issues afoot: the immediate need for public safety and 911 response, and the challenge that this brings to addressing the long-term systemic injustice seen at the hands of our department. Both must be considered, not one at the expense of the other, and both are needed to repair the city for all residents. Bad budget cuts hurt good cops, and a damaged and insufficient public safety institution will not be able to function. If businesses cannot function and citizens do not feel safe, our city cannot heal and flourish. People are leaving, businesses are closing, and while it's largely due to COVID, without an emergency 911 response, we can't support our citizens when they need us most. While many have discussed this both-and approach, we also need to discuss the now and ongoing aspects in order to address the two issues faced by Minneapolis: the lack of current safety for residents due to the diminished police force, and how to address long-term reform. These cannot be mutually exclusive concepts, and they are not. They can be accomplished simultaneously by working together. I absolutely support the Chief's request and believe that the City Council needs to consider this acceptance and assistance for the MPD budget to stop further reduction of police capability. This will bring us further from holistic public safety and further from the reform that we're all hoping to achieve together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have speaker number 4, Benjamin Broughton. Are you on the line? Please press *6. Benjamin Broughton, are you there?
Hello, my name is Benjamin Broughton. I live in the Willard Hay neighborhood served by Jeremiah Ellison. The mayor said that if you approve his budget, it'll take about 18 months for a cadet to go through training academy and be street ready. That means 2022 before we get new officers. And if you cut it, it'll be even later. As a Northside resident, I know we cannot afford any delays. We need a new generation of officers. We need to bring back the community service officers to give our sworn officers more patrol time. And we need to pay the overtime to have our remaining officers take on extra shifts. The department is stretched and our protection is compromised. I've had to rush neighborhood kids into my home for safety after they've seen shots fired. This is unacceptable. Days later, they came back frightened, talking about gunshots. I had to stop and talk with them about what to do when you see or hear gunshots. No Minneapolis child should be left abandoned by the city. We need a love them first policy with access to youth programming and services. Additionally, Minneapolis needs to be responsible for our children's future and hold ourselves accountable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next caller we have is caller number 5, Jim Meyer. Jim Meyer, are you there? Please press *6.
I'm Jim Meyer, 48th in Chicago, Ward 11. I want to thank the council for all your hard, innovative work in a difficult, dangerous time, and your careful attention to the budget is very laudable. That said, the police abolitionists on the council keep repeating that we're doing the same things with the same bad results. There is nothing about year 2020 that is the same old thing. We've never lived in a pandemic that's created this economic desperation for people living on the edge. Never had a council make a proclamation in the park that put Minneapolis on the map for mismanagement and told the world we're open for bad business. We've never had citizens with the destructive potential we saw at 3rd Precinct. Anarchists from the left, center, and right have descended here, and I'm honestly not sure sometimes which side some of the council and some urban legislators are on. The city has never made a safe haven for criminal sets right next to Phelps Park and a Boys and Girls Club where I used to coach baseball. It's a base of operations convenient to Uptown and Erickson, Midtown to Crosstown. With all due respect, I feel the City Council has done enough damage, and I ask you to please hold the line on the budget here, with room for debate about how best to cover mental health calls and hopefully reviving the Little Earth Pal program in some form. Please start supporting a popular chief I don't want to lose. His conflicts with Bob Kroll might be a good thing and proof that we really need fresh cadets and CSOs immediately. I thank you and take care.
Thank you. Caller number 6 is Becca Thompson. And then after Becca, we have Victor Martinez, caller number 7, Pam Boersma, Lorraine Whites, and John Richards. Becca Thompson, are you on the line? It sounds like it. Becca, are you there?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you for the time. My name is Becca Thompson. I live in Ward 4. I teach at PYC High School in Ward 5. I would just like to say I don't think that our city can survive another summer like 2020, and the mayor's budget is just enough. Hopefully that it staves off some of the madness that I have seen. The trauma to children is really undeniable. I find it compelling and also sad that that has not been part of the larger conversation about our city politics right now. The conversations about police reform and also public safety do not have to be mutually exclusive. The shots fired in the north side are really unbelievable. And I know that some people have quoted as saying people in wards 4 and 5 don't want more police, and there's nothing that could be further from the truth from my experience and the people that I've talked with. I really hope that you support our chief and stay by this budget. I also hope that the city council would understand that we need to stop the bleeding so that we can hold conversations of a more long-term approach. I thank you so much for your time, and I hope this passes.
Thank you. Colleagues and others watching, I wanted to point out that our caller number 2 was not Eric Wan. We do, I think, have him on the line right now. Eric, are you there? Caller number 2, Eric Wan, are you there? Caller number 2, are you there? We can hear you. Go ahead. You have 90 seconds. Caller number 2, Eric Wan, are you on the line?
If not, David Mann from 10 o'clock is here, and I could fill his space.
No, I'm sorry, we can't allow that to happen. Okay, so we will go on to caller number 7, Victor Martinez. Victor Martinez, are you on the call? Please remember to press *6, and perhaps you will need to unmute your phone. I think I did hear Victor briefly before. Victor? Victor Martinez.
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Please state your name. Yes, we can. Please state your name, and you have 90 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, council members, for allowing me to speak. My name is Victor Martinez. I have served as a pastor in North Minneapolis for over a decade. You learn in ministry that for the church to grow, you must trust, empower, and resource your staff so they can do their best. In mid-2017, residents were proud to have the first African-American Minneapolis police chief. Residents wanted nothing but to see him succeed. The chief came in on day 1 to reform and change the MPD culture. But since year 1, he has been laughed at, belittled, scolded, disrespected, undermined by city leadership, as no police chief has ever been in the history of Minneapolis. My heart breaks to see our Chief Rondo practically begging for resources that he desperately needs to bring safety to our city. The DOJ, the Minnesota State and House leaders on both sides of the aisle, our governor and our mayor are all lined up to help our chief succeed, and you should be also. What the mayor and Chief Rondo are asking today is the bare bones of support. He is trying to usher in some of the most diverse groups of cadets in the history of the MPD. If you feel that culture must change, there is no better way to do that than to dilute the pool of officers with batches of new and more cultured personnel. Then the chief personally interviews. I ask today to stop sabotaging our police chief. Give him the tools he has been asking for, because only then can you judge the results. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller number 8 is Pam Boersma. Pam Boersma, are you on the line? Go ahead and press *6 and let your phone unmute.
Thank you. My name is Pam Boersma, and I have been a resident of Minneapolis for 30 years, living in downtown, uptown, and now the Diamond Lake neighborhood. I spent over $100,000 in property taxes in my current home alone. I love this city for the parks, restaurants, entertainment, shopping, and unique neighborhoods. And I'm happy to pay my fair share, but I expect that my safety and that of my neighbors is also addressed with those taxes. As you debate the budget for next year, consider the feelings and actions of one of the people you represent, and I suspect many, many others like me. I don't feel safe in my own city. I don't go downtown to visit my brother or go to my favorite restaurants and breweries anymore, not because of COVID, but because I don't want to get mugged or carjacked. This is a very real fear. I carry mace, a whistle, and a retractable club every time I get in my car and drive within Minneapolis. I don't want to live my life in Minneapolis like this anymore. I won't even go to my neighborhood restaurants for takeout because most of them have had carjackings or attacks either at their establishment or within a block. Because I don't feel safe in my own city, I am forced to take my dollars elsewhere. I don't want to do that. I'm asking you to use this next budget year to address public safety as your #1 priority and do something about it now. Put nice to have budget items on hold and prioritize the need to haves. Simple as that. Defer nice to haves for a year until you can get this city back on track and be a safe place to live for everyone. Staff the police department now. Give our chief exactly what Victor said. Give our chief what he needs to stop the violence now. We are so fortunate to have him. We need to support him. This should be your #1 priority. Please do your job and make the city safe again with boots on the ground. Now, please.
Thank you. Caller number 9, Lorraine Whites. If you're here, press *6 and wait till you're no longer muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
My name is Lorraine Whites. I'm a retired senior. I live 4 blocks from the site where George Floyd died. Nothing has been the same since. My house was broken into in the middle of the night. Later that week, as I was walking my dog, a car full of men drove slowly by and took a right turn. I knew they were coming back. I ran up to a man that was coming out of his house and asked him to stand by me as they cruised by. 2 women on my street have been carjacked. I could go on and on. I no longer walk my dog in the neighborhood. I worry about my safety daily. I worry about my property values, about the for sale signs that are all over my neighborhood, about my small businesses leaving or having been vandalized, about my city losing its tax base, about taking out the garbage, about getting into my car. I've started having panic attacks for the first time in my life. I also have heart disease, so I don't know if I'm having a heart attack or not. I know there are not enough police out there, and the criminals and the gangs know it too. Please don't gut the police, and please support our chief. I fear for their safety as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The next 5 callers, we will start with caller number 10, John Richards. After John, we have Nicole Weiler, number 11. Caller 12 will be Janet Skidmore, 13, Karen Winkler, and 14, Ryan Schurer. Caller number 10, go ahead and press *6 and unmute yourself. John Richards. Caller number 10, John Richards. Not hearing him. We'll move to caller number 11, Nicole Weiler. Caller number 11.
Hi, my name is, yep.
We
Hi.
can hear you. Go ahead.
My name is Nicole Weiler. I've been a Minneapolis resident for nearly 40 years. I currently live in the Whittier neighborhood of Ward 10. I also sit on the city coordinator's 911 alternatives work group, and I'm asking the council to keep their word to fund MPD alternatives and ensure that community-led strategies be given ample financing to ensure their viability and not shortcuts that set us up to fail. We really need public services that serve the interests and needs of the public. Through that appointment, I was privy to city data that's not available to residents. So by searching through this data, it became incredibly apparent that the vast majority of officer time is not directed at things that have anything to do with public safety and could be performed by others. So I hear the fear of the callers before me, but the fact really must be stated that the police respond after an event occurs. They don't and won't keep us safe. The narrative that the MPD is understaffed feels really manipulative. Statements like these that crime is on the rise are being weaponized not in the name of public safety, but in maintaining the status quo and unaccountable power of the department that causes active harm. So I'm joining others to demand that these dollars get cut from MPD's budget to fund MPD alternatives. Because when it comes to emergency response in Minneapolis, our community has far more urgent needs than unaccountable officers. And given the violent destruction and displacement that MPD has brought to our unhoused neighbors this week, this summer, and historically, we must consider immediate reparative strategies to invest in community members who need access to important social services like public housing, eviction defense, mental health services, and other wraparound solutions. We cannot keep investing in police officers who take Minneapolis's budget money to pay taxes and stimulate the economies of outer suburbs. Minneapolis's budget should bolster and work for citizens of Minneapolis. You pledged to defund and dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department, and we're here to hold you accountable. Thank you.
Caller number 12 is Janet Skidmore. If you're there, please press *6 and wait for your line to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Well, I agree with the previous caller, but I don't think it needs to be either or. We have a dire situation right now in Minneapolis with the amount of crime. My name is Janet Skidmore. I'm a block leader in the central neighborhood. I'm half a block off of Lake Street and about a block from the 35W construction, which was impacting our neighborhood even before the unrest of this past summer. I've owned my home for about 12 years. I've never seen the crime as bad as it is now. I am afraid to take walks on my block or bike the Greenway, even in broad daylight, with the number of assaults and robberies happening. I no longer go out driving to do errands after dark because of the shootings and carjackings happening in my neighborhood. In early June, I lost my Target, my Cub Foods, my liquor store, my car wash, my convenience store, my post office, my Office Depot, and numerous little businesses up and down Lake Street. I now regularly drive to the suburbs to pick up needed supplies. I am someone who can actually do that. There are many in my neighborhood who do not have cars and cannot do that. Even if the best possible scenario were to happen, I can't help but think that it will be another 10 years before my immediate neighborhood recovers from all that has happened this year. At that point, in 10 years, I will be 74 years old, not 64 as I am now. Looking into the future with the way things are now, I will not want to be a frail little old lady living alone in this neighborhood. Will the city council actually do anything to change my mind and make me feel like I will be safe in my own home right here? The answer remains to be seen. In addition, for the past 7 years, I have provided truly affordable housing in my home for up to 3, count them, 3 low-income single women while they work to transition their lives or get back on their feet. That will go away if the City Council does not immediately and substantially act to change our situation here in South Minneapolis. It will go away because I will be selling my house and moving to the suburbs or someplace else that I feel safe. Our city cannot wait for you all to ponder and take your time and imagine what you might do. I don't deny that that might come later. And I do support the idea of police reform and having a variety of agencies that would respond to 911 calls rather than only the police. But we are in an emergency situation here in Minneapolis, and we need immediate help and action on the part of our government, which is you. We need more police right now, not fewer. We need to know that if we need 911, someone will be there to help us right away, not in 1.5 hours from now. We don't even have time to wait until the next election a year from now when we will decide whether or not to reinstate you onto our city council. We don't have time because literally some of us might be dead by that time. If you
I'm sorry, I do need to cut you off because I didn't hear the timer, but I understand your time is up. Thank you, and you are welcome to email us with all of your comments. Anyone is able to do so.
Response from my representative, Ms. Cano.
I do need to ask, thank you. Let's bring this to a close. Caller number 13 is Karen Winkler, 14 Ryan Scherer, 15 Chris Hewitt, and 16 Molly Finley. Karen Winkler, are you on the line? Please press *6. Wait for your line to unmute and go ahead, please. Caller number 13, are you there?
Yeah, my name.
Go ahead. Yep, we can hear you.
This is Brianda. I'm the interpreter for Spanish.
Are you the interpreter for a caller named Karen Winkler?
Yes.
Great. Communications team or city clerk, could you help facilitate this? My understanding is that you have somebody with you or on your phone and you'll be sharing with us what they are saying.
I'm here, but I cannot hear anybody. I don't know if you have to swap with somebody.
Excuse me, can you let us know what language interpreter you are seeking? Is it a Spanish language interpreter?
Spanish.
Yes.
Yes.
Hang on just one moment.
Sure.
Mr. Clerk or communications team, can you help us patch in our Spanish interpreter?
Communications team. My understanding is that you have somebody with you and you'll be.
Just hang on with us here. This is, our first one is a little clunky.
Yeah. It's new for me too, so.
That's all right. We're going to, for people listening, we're getting an interpreter for a Spanish language caller that is caller number 13 in line.
Hello? Yeah. They cut me off. Who is this?
We haven't cut you off, ma'am. Is this caller number 13? Karen?
I am caller 13.
You're still there. Great.
I'm caller number 12. I didn't get muted again, I don't think.
I think you can go ahead and mute yourself, Janet. Thank you. Communications team, I see Spanish information, but Karen, we're going to have somebody take your call separately because there's a different virtual room altogether set up for interpreter services, and they can help you offline, and we'll bring you back as soon as you are ready with them. So I'm going to ask that Karen Winkler be moved into that other room temporarily until she's ready with an interpreter. We're going to move to caller number 14, Ryan Scherer. If you are there, caller number 14, Ryan Scherer. I'm not hearing caller number 14. Caller number 15 is Chris Hewitt. And let me just read the names of the next callers. Caller number 15 is Chris Hewitt. Caller number 16, Molly Finley. 17, Angela Cady. And 18, Elizabeth Gray. Caller number 14, Ryan Scherer, or caller number 15, Chris Hewitt. Are you there?
I'm here. I'm Chris Hewitt.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Hewitt. I live in North Minneapolis in the 4th Ward. There's nothing that's more important right now than our safety. I'm 100% in favor of no more cuts to the police department. We are at a critical point here in the city with crime through the roof like we haven't seen in a very long time. The police budget is just 12%. If you need money from other programs, look for it in the other 88% of the budget. We can fully fund the police and alternative forms of violence prevention without raiding the police budget time and time again. I'll gladly give up things like street art or more bike lanes if it means more patrols in the neighborhoods. Our safety and protection should always be your #1 priority. My wife's been a teacher for over 2 decades. She and other teachers will tell you that when you cut resources, it hurts everyone from the bottom up. It's the same with the policing in this city. Less resources means less safety for everyone in this city, and now is the time to say enough. This council needs to fully support its chief, something some on this council have not done, and even has gone as far as say that he's grandstanding. I have heard some of the council members say we don't want more police here in North Minneapolis, and that's simply not true. The #1 job in any city is the safety of its citizens, and this city is failing grossly. Safety has never been a bigger concern for me, so I strongly demand that you fully fund the police and not make any more cuts. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to make sure, with caller number 14, we don't have Ryan Scherer on the line. If we do, go ahead and press *6 and wait for your line to unmute. Not hearing him, we'll move forward to caller number 16, Molly Finley. Caller number 16, press *6 to unmute.
Hello?
Is this Molly Finley?
Yes, it is.
Great,
I'm a
go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm a resident of Ward 11. I've lived here in my home for almost 20 years, and I have never felt like I do now. I do not feel safe. I am uncomfortable walking my dogs. I'm uncomfortable going over to 48th in Chicago, which I used to do all the time. I think public safety should be our #1 priority. I want the chief's budget approved as is. I do not want any cuts to the budget. I would prefer cuts to non-essential items. We need to get back to the basics. We don't need expensive art in public buildings. We don't need more bike lanes. Stick to the basics. I trust the chief. I trust that he knows what he's doing. He has the expertise. I would like this council to start working with the police instead of being dysfunctional. I essentially agree with everyone other than one caller who has spoken so far. I do not like reading about my city in the national news and the amount of crime that we're having here. It's very disturbing. It is very uncomfortable. It's not safe. And I support the police budget, and I would like it funded as is. I agree with reform efforts. I would like the co-responder program expanded and programs such as that, but we need help now, and we need staff now for the police department. So please approve the budget as is. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller number 17, Angela Cady. Go ahead and press *6. Wait for your phone to unmute. Angela Cady. Moving on to speaker number 18, Elizabeth Gray. As she unmutes, I will list out the next few callers so that you can be ready. Caller number 19 is Hazel Herrera. 20 will be Elizabeth Clark. 21, Amanda Geldert. 22, Brian Barnes. And 23, Lori Schlosser. Caller number 17, Angela Cady, are you on the line? Caller number 18, Elizabeth Gray, are you on the line? Go ahead. We'll try moving ahead to caller number 19, Hazel Herrera. Hazel, are you on the line? I'm not hearing callers 17, 18, or 19. Remember, when it's your turn, press *6. Wait to hear you're no longer muted. Are one of these callers with us? Moving on then to caller number 20, Elizabeth Clark. Elizabeth Clark. Moving to caller number 21, Amanda Geldert. Amanda Geldert, are you on the line? I'm going to read the next few names as well as Amanda gets unmuted. Caller number 22 will be Brian Barnes, 23, Lori Schlosser, 24, Cindy Lou Ferris, 25, John Bedard. Caller number 21, are you on the line with us? Not hearing Amanda Geldert, we'll move on to Brian Barnes. Caller number 22. Go ahead and press *6. State your name for the record and make your comment. Go ahead.
My name is Brian. Hi, I'm Brian Barnes. I live in South Minneapolis in Ward 11, just east of Lake Nokomis. And I would ask that the City Council fully fund the Minneapolis Police Department and give Chief Arredondo what he needs to do his job. The crime, I've been in my house 22 years, and when I moved to Minneapolis, I wanted to live near the lakes, and I wanted to enjoy the city. I grew up in the suburbs and didn't want that life for my kids. I wanted the diversity that the city and the city brings, and it's been a great experience. But the crime has just gotten out of hand. There has, in my 22 years, in the last couple of months, there's been 2 incidents of gun violence within a block of my house. The last one was about a week and a half ago. There was an incident where road rage, and there was a gun pulled on another motorist, within feet of my house. And I saw it on the Citizen app, and my kids were in the kitchen, and they could have been shot. The motorist with the gun drove off, but it took over 20 minutes for the police to show up after the other gentleman, the other motorist, called 911. And this is unacceptable. This is completely unacceptable. I noticed this morning there were several incidents of gun violence fairly close here in South Minneapolis. And I just plead with the City Council to do their job and fund the Minneapolis Police Department. I'm from Missouri originally, and that's a show me state. Show me that you can do the job and support the chief. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It appears that callers 23 and 24 are not on the line right now. So we're
No, hi, this
moving.
is Elizabeth Gray. Can you hear me?
Caller number 18. Yes, we couldn't hear you before. We can go back to you right
Yes.
now. Go ahead.
I'm not sure what happened. Thank you. This is Elizabeth Gray, and I have lived in downtown Minneapolis since 1998. I chose to live downtown so that I could walk to work, and recently I've also been able to walk to stores to buy household essentials. I now drive 7 blocks to work, and I drive to the western suburbs to do my shopping. Sirens heading towards 9th and Nicollet are a daily occurrence, and law enforcement helicopters overhead are more frequent than ever. There has to be a correlation between reduced staffing levels at MPD and the increase in crime. I support the mayor's budget investment in the MPD. This includes the recruitment classes, reinstating the community service officer program, the mental health co-responder program, and the early investment system. The transformational change some members of the council pledged to lead will take years. There are proven strategies to accomplish transformational change, and I have not seen any evidence that the council has educated themselves on how this change should be led. I suggest that the council discuss tactics and formulate a plan after discussing with local business leaders who have successfully changed their matrix culture without demoralizing and polarizing their stakeholders. In the meantime, the current situation with crime and police understaffing cannot continue, and you must continue to invest in and support the MPD while working through transformational change in increments with the many stakeholders required to make this change happen. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Hazel.
Excuse me. We can go to caller number 19. Back to caller number 19, Hazel Herrera. We hear you on the call.
Hi, good morning. I'm sorry, and I apologize. I'm not sure what happened earlier. My name is Hazel Herrera. I am a Marcy Homes Ward 3 resident with Steve Fletcher as our city council person. Sitting here, listening to all the previous callers, a lot of what they've said goes along with fears and being scared of leaving your home. And I want to share my story. Mine is a reality that I'm living in. Last September, my little brother was assaulted. He and his girlfriend were assaulted while they were on a date in downtown Minneapolis. They were assaulted, and while my brother turned his back against the individual who was assaulting him to help his girlfriend being kicked and punched by the other individual, he had his back turned, and the individual shot him in the back, and my brother died within 6 minutes. I've spent the entire year going to the courts. They arrested the 2 individuals. These individuals are gang members from North Minneapolis. They have family members who have been sentenced to trafficking weapons here in Minneapolis. While I agree we need immediate police reform, I'm actually a Mexican immigrant here, first generation. My parents brought me and my brother both from Mexico when we were very young to escape the violence in Mexico and have a chance at a better future. While I agree we need immediate police reform, because the night that my brother was killed, there were police officers in the area, and a civilian who recognized me showed me a video that he took off his phone of how the police officers responded and how they let my brother pass away on the street alone. They had detained his girlfriend for questioning, and my brother was scared, lying on the floor with a hole in his heart and his lung. And the police officers just stood around, which I understand. My brother was going to die anyways. However, there was a nurse there that night who wanted to bring my brother a sheet so she could cover him. So people would stop taking videos of him. And,
Hazel,
it was
Hazel, I am so very sorry. I am so very sorry. Unfortunately, we only are able to give everyone 90 seconds today. And your story is extremely important. Your brother is extremely important.
I just haven't had a chance to speak with Steve Fletcher or anyone. I
appreciate that, and I need you to reach out to Steve Fletcher individually, and we are happy to receive your comments if you want to write them down. I'm sorry, but could you just spend the last couple of moments just wrapping up? I don't want to cut you off, but we do need to only give every caller 90 seconds, even in these kinds of circumstances.
Sure,
Could you
I'll
please
wrap
just
this
wrap up?
really quick.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll wrap this up really quick. I don't believe that the city council should have gone publicly and announced that on CNN that they were going to cut the budget. We have criminals that got released early due to COVID from prison who have gone ahead and reoffended within the last few weeks. We constantly have murders every single weekend. I do agree we do need a police reform, but at the same time, please support the chief. He desperately needs cops. My neighbors are cops. His windows was shot out the other weekend in our residence, our home. We have break-ins all throughout Ward 3. Dinkytown is a mess. We have foreign students.
Thank you, Hazel. We appreciate it. We appreciate it, but we do need to move on to the next 100 plus callers that we have here. So thank you. I'm going to anticipate that Councilmember Fletcher's office is going to reach out and schedule some time. A major problem, callers, that we've been experiencing is that callers are dialing in with the phone numbers that are different from what they registered with. So we need to ask that callers use the phone number they listed when they registered, and that's going to help us maintain this in an orderly fashion. It seems that we do not have callers number 17, 20, 21, 23, or 24 on the line. So we will move now to caller number 25, John Bedard. John Bedard, are you on the line? Go ahead and press star 6. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes. I'm John Bedard.
We could hear you. Caller number 25, John, are you on the line? We could hear him for a moment. We'll try going back to him. Caller number 26, Brandon Burbach. Do we have Brandon Burbach on the line? Go ahead and press star 6, and when you're no longer muted, state your name and make your comment.
I kept saying you were no longer muted.
You're gonna change it, partly because I get that.
My name is Cindy Ferris, and I'm caller 24, and I am on the line.
Great. Go ahead, Cindy.
Hi, my name is Cindy Ferris, and I moved to Minneapolis because I absolutely love this city. And I am convinced that if any city can tackle inequity as well as safety, it's our city. And I believe that we should fund both. Community outreach programs, having people who are trained in mental illness handle social problems that the police now face. But I'm also convinced, with personal experience, in the importance of having police on the street. I live in the 11th Ward, and I'm afraid to go outside. I'm afraid to grocery shop after dark. And I'm afraid to walk the Minneapolis, the Minnehaha Parkway. and I'm hoping that you adequately fund police forces for the year 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to try going back to caller number 25, John Bedard. We had heard you briefly, and then it seemed that you had remuted yourself. Are you here with us now? Press *6 to unmute. I'm not hearing him. Caller number 26, Brandon Burbach. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Madam Chair, members of the council. Thanks for hearing from me today. My name is Brandon Burbach. I've lived in Ward 4 in North for more than 16 years. I've served on my neighborhood association board of directors, the neighborhood 2020 work group, the Upper Harbor Terminal Committee. I love our city, so let's cut to the chase. I hope you're paying attention. Your number one business is to provide for public safety, not plastic bags, not bike lanes, not the insulation in my walls. Public safety. Your business is the business of me and my neighbors, where my block, on my block, several houses, including mine, have been broken into and shot by drug dealers, where cars, including mine, have been stolen, and some have been flipped in the front yard, just on my block. When I look around this virtual room, I see leaders who have doubled down on plans that ignore the real needs of constituents. 9 of you stood on the stage and shouted to defund. You signed on to hastily gathered plans to reimagine policing. You scribbled in a charter amendment that few really support, and it doesn't even pass basic legal muster. Instead of paying attention to constituents, you spend more time answering calls for interviews on CNN and with the New York Times. I'll close by recalling what you all said last year when you passed the paid sick time bill. You said there's no better way to erode trust in government than to pass laws that you don't enforce. The irony is sick. What's worse, to get out of this time pickle you've created through your rhetoric, you're now waxing eloquent about how the men and women of MPD aren't up to the job. Come on, we need to restore funding to MPD for the purpose of behavior-based law enforcement and for deploying healing relationships through community service officers. Your challenge.
Thank you, Brandon. That was the buzzer, and I need to cut you off so everybody has their time. Thank you. Caller number 27, we have Allison Tonley. After Allison, we have speaker number 28, Vladimir Makarov. 29 will be Galiana Bohadjian. Speaker number 30, Sherry Beal. Speaker number 31, Doug Tanner. Speaker 27, Allison Tenley. If you're on the line, go ahead and press *6. Wait for your phone to unmute. Not hearing Allison, we will move to speaker number 28, Vladimir Makarov. Please press *6 and wait for your phone to unmute.
This is John Bedard, number 25. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
You can go
I
ahead.
don't know why I kept getting unmuted. We're 50-year resident of Minneapolis. We lived 40 years in the Page neighborhood. I feel there are some serious unintended consequences if you reduce police funding next year. First, according to the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, there's a large surge of gun purchases in Minnesota, including a large number of women who fear for their safety, as you've heard. I personally know 2 women who are seriously considering purchasing a gun. Reducing police funding will accelerate gun sales further. Do you want to be known as a council that caused citizens to arm themselves? Second, if downtown and other commercial areas are not considered safe, that will reduce their value. You've heard people are going to stop shopping there now. That will reduce tax revenue or shift more tax burden onto the homeowners. Do you want to be known for the council that shifted more of the tax burden to residential property? Third and finally, safety will be a major issue in the next city elections. I don't think the citizens will wait for long-term changes to improve safety. They want to feel safe while any long-term changes are being planned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Again, caller number 27, Allison Tunley. If you are there, go ahead and press star 6. We can hear you.
No.
Go ahead. Speaker number 28, Vladimir Makarov. Speaker number 29, Galiana Boyahin. I perhaps said that name wrong, but caller number 29, Galiana Boyahin. Press star 6. Remember to unmute your phone. The next 5 speakers in the order that we'll call on them are caller number 30, Sherry Beal, 31, Doug Tanner, 32, Rosetta Bush, 33, Lori McKellar, 34, True Benson, and 35, Jill Palmquist. Caller number 30, Sherry Beal. If you're on the line, please press star 6 and wait for your phone to unmute. Caller number 31, Doug Tanner.
Hello, I'm Doug Tanner.
We could hear you briefly.
Hello, I'm Doug Tanner from Bancroft neighborhood.
Thank you, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Well, to me, this all comes down to leadership. And the lack of leadership shown by this council over the past 6 months is shameful. Minneapolis is not a safe city. I've lived in this city in the same house for 40 years, and I've never seen anything that even comes close to what is going on now. I understand your need for long-term solutions to address racism, poverty, crime, and equal justice. But we need safety, security, and order on our streets now. I don't know why this has to be an either-or proposition. We need both. We need everything. Everything should be on the table now. Leadership is not always easy or nice. Hard decisions have to be made. I am asking you, I am begging you, people, lead. Lead this city out of crisis. Do the right thing and protect your constituents. Give the chief what he needs to do his job. Do not take more cops off the street, put more cops on the street. Then we can address these long-term systemic issues. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. We have caller number 32 next, Rosetta Bush. If you're on the line, please press star 6. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Number 32. Moving on to number 33, Lori McKellar. Go ahead and press star 6 to unmute yourself. Speaker number 34, True Benson. Go ahead and press star 6 to unmute yourself. Speaker number 35, Jill Palmquist. If you're there, please go ahead and press star 6. Wait for your line to unmute. Speaker number 36, Courtney Sanders. If you're there, please press star 6. Our next 5 speakers are caller number 37, Sandra Hollinger Samuels, 38, Jeff Nosbush, 39, Cindy Pearson, 40, Tom Noltemeyer, and 41, Peter Connor. We seem to have no shows for speakers 32, 33, 34, 35 and 36. Hearing nobody on the line for those names called, we'll move to 37. Sandra Hollinger Samuels. Go ahead and press *6 and wait for your line to unmute.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead and state your name and go ahead with your testimony.
Yes, thank you. Hi, my name is Sandra Samuels, and I am a 23-year resident of North Minneapolis. And I've been living in North Minneapolis, raising 3 daughters, and my husband is there, and we've been very, very involved in community. We love the community, and I've never seen or experienced the level of violence that we have in all the 23 years that I've lived there. I've never been afraid for my children to be outside or have a young man living with me. I know a young man who was shot in the neck twice at Farview Park. And I'm part of a group of 8 Northsiders who are suing the city of Minneapolis for failure to protect us. And it is about protecting our children. It's about protecting our elderly. It's about protecting all of our neighbors while we come up with a plan. I totally understand the city council members who continue to vote no around wanting a reformed, transformed police department or system of public safety. But until we have a plan, we have to protect and keep our citizens alive to even help come up with that plan. And that's the reason that we're suing, because we felt like, and my council member, Jeremiah Ellison, is leading the pack, along with Lisa Bender, of defunding the police, which has exacerbated the levels of crime and violence. And so I support the mayor's budget. I support the chief. We need more police. We need them now. I support mental health workers. I support all of the things that are going to make a difference for our city now.
Thank you.
And thank you.
We need to, that high-pitched noise that callers hear is the beep, and we need you to bring your testimony to a close as soon as that happens. The next few callers, we have caller number 38, Jeff Nosbush, 39, Cindy Pearson, and 40, Tom Noltemeyer. Caller number 38, Jeff, please press *6. Wait to hear the pre-recorded message. Are you there, Jeff? Speaker number 39, Cindy Pearson. Go ahead and press *6. Speaker number 40, Tom Noltemeyer. If you're there, please press *6. Speaker number 41, Peter Connor.
Yes, please. Thank you for having me on. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Go ahead. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, very nice to be here. Council people, thank you very much for allowing us to voice our concerns about the budget. Firstly, I would like to say I have been keeping track of the callers before me, and so far there have only been 2 that have even intimated the idea that there should be some reallocation of police funds at this time. Just to reiterate that, I would like to also say that I don't believe that there should be any decreases in police funding at this time. In fact, I think there should be a robust support for our police chief and for the police department. I do not believe that we should see, as the mayor suggested, a 7.4% decrease in police budgets. I think the police budget should be held at the same or elevated at this point. It is shocking that there's no change to capital improvement expenditures in this coming budget. That is just absolutely fantastically tone deaf to what is happening on the streets here in Minneapolis. As someone that lives in Ward 7 and has an office and business in Ward 3, I can tell you that it is a desperate situation, both in Uptown as well as downtown Minneapolis. Just over the weekend, on the corridor from the Walker to Uptown, we had 5 carjackings, 12 robberies, and multiple assaults. This seems to me like an incredibly easy area if you look at the Minneapolis website, Crime Blotter, to patrol. Yet we don't have any patrol on the streets. It's very frustrating for us, as you have heard from the other residents of the city of Minneapolis, not just in my ward, but in throughout the city. With that being said, I think that there should be
Thank you for minding the buzzer. That was Peter Connor, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
So that's right. I was caller number 41. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Caller number 42, we have Melissa Ellering. Go ahead and press *6 and wait for your line to unmute. Hi, welcome.
This is Melissa.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Melissa, and I live in the South Uptown neighborhood and have for over 10 years. One of my favorite aspects of living here is its walkability. On October 7th at 4:45 p.m., I was walking to my local hair salon to get my hair cut, and I was mugged in broad daylight, only 3 blocks from my house. That day, I lost my purse, my keys, and my sense of personal safety living in this area. This neighborhood has changed. There are daily carjackings and personal robberies. Businesses are being repeatedly vandalized and robbed. People are being assaulted and even murdered. This is no longer the safe community it once was. And I'm here today to represent myself and the hundreds of others that have become victims of crime this year. We are terrified to go about our normal lives. People shouldn't have to fear for their lives when they drive to the grocery store to get food and medication. The spike in crime is out of control and escalating. I hold you responsible for addressing this issue. Your anti-police campaign has emboldened criminals to act. If this spike in crime continues, our community will change for the worse. Tax-paying citizens and businesses will leave. People from the suburbs will be too afraid to patron the few businesses that remain, and you will be left to govern the ashes of a once great city. Our current environment is a failure of your leadership. Safety has never been a bigger concern for me. I am open to effective community safety and police reform changes in our community, but find the money to explore change from another place in the budget. You must fully fund the police budget, or I, along with many others, will use our votes to elect a council that will. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for minding the buzzer. Our next 5 callers will be Craig Neal, Scott Bertelson, Kat Shea, Signe Diskin, and Patrick Ray. Caller number 43 is Craig Neal. Go ahead and press *6 and wait a couple seconds until you hear the recorded message. State your name and go ahead. Not hearing Craig, but understanding that Jeff Nosbush just joined and we just passed him. We could go back to Jeff Nosbush. Go ahead.
Please, thank you. Yes, I had some difficulty with the technical pressing #6 didn't unmute me. But anyway, thank you for having this hearing. I've never participated in a city hearing before, but I thought it was important to do so today. I'm a 27-year resident of Minneapolis, having lived in various neighborhoods around Ward 13, and I've come to really grow to love this city. I grew up in southern Minnesota and became an urbanite. And I just needed to call in because it's changed here in the last couple of years. I've really been dismayed, especially this last year. There's so many property crimes where police don't have the resources to investigate, and not to mention strong arm robberies and actually armed robberies in the neighborhood, which are extremely frightening. I've had a couple of friends that live in South Minneapolis that just recently sold their homes. I'm thinking about doing the same unless we need to, it's going to depend on the city council's decision of whether to fund the police. So we're very lucky to have Chief Arradondo. He's, I think, a great leader. A couple years ago, he had a plan for hiring, I think, 400 police officers through 2025. And I think the council really needs to listen to him. We shouldn't be having a conversation about maintaining the police budget. We should actually be increasing it. So I please urge you to work with the chief and really listen to him. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving ahead, caller number 43, Craig Neal. Hello, Mr. Neal. Not hearing Craig Neal, we'll move on to caller number 44, Scott Bertelson. Go ahead and press star 6. Wait for the recording. State your name.
Hi, this is Scott Bertelson. You can hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
We're residents of Ward 9. We have lived near Lake Street and Chicago Avenue for over 30 years. We now worry about our safety here. My wife reads Nextdoor and often reads accounts of people who have called for police help, but it seems as though help only comes if the situation is already escalated to a point of serious violence or death. I have read that the city will put $500,000 toward hiring officers from Metro Transit or the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, but can't help but think this is only a drop in the bucket to what we really need. I'm also very concerned about the idea of vastly increasing overtime, which can only increase the stress on those officers that remain, which means the risk of additional deadly or dangerous incidents. It seems like the city is in a very unsafe time and that it will not get better for multiple years. It makes me wonder whether or not our city will ever recover. From all I've read and heard, Chief Arredondo is working hard to implement worthwhile changes, but I can't understand how that will happen with large chunks taken out of his budget. I don't know where you can find more money at this critical time, but I don't see how his plans are going to come to fruition without it. You should be increasing his budget, not reducing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller number 45 is Kat Shea. Go ahead and press star 6 and wait until you're no longer muted to state your name. Good morning. We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Kat Shea, and I'm speaking at the suggestion of my friend Sandra Samuels, personal hero of mine and a tireless force for change in Minneapolis. I've lived in South Minneapolis my entire adult life, that's 40 years, and have volunteered on projects related to traffic safety and city violence. I believe that to transform the way we manage public safety long-term, we need to budget now on 2 fronts. We need resources to reestablish sufficient police presence throughout the city so that citizens and business owners can feel confident that a 911 call will get a timely response and follow through. To this end, I urge you to fund measures like the proposed joint enforcement teams to supplement existing MPD patrols in 2021. But also right now, we need to continue the good work this council has begun to invest in safety measures beyond policing. I believe the vast majority of citizens will support this transformative work if they feel the city is also prioritizing their current safety needs. With armed assaults on the rise in my neighborhood, I've never felt less safe. My fears pale in comparison to the fears of those living in parts of the city like the North Side right now, where gun violence is a daily event. I urge you to shape a 2021 budget that is both visionary and practical, that you honor your responsibility to protect us while creating a more just system for the future. Thank you for your efforts to help Minneapolis become a better version of itself.
Thank you, Kat. Caller number 46 is Signe Diskin. I'll read the next few callers as Signe unmutes the line. Patrick Ray is caller 47, 48 is Tracy Morrow, 49 is Chelsea Decklitz, and 50 is Ager Ray. Caller number 46, Signe, are you on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, welcome.
Yes. My name is Signe Diskin. My husband and I moved here from the south side of Chicago, from a neighborhood that we loved but was not safe because of street crime. We've been here now for 37 years. We were relieved to move to a city that was safer, but is no longer safer than our former South Chicago neighborhood. In fact, it is much more dangerous. You've all heard about the violence that is occurring all around the city, including North Side, downtown, uptown, and South Minneapolis. The police department has needed reform for many years, but now the police feel frightened and victimized and unsupported in what really are very dangerous jobs. A record number are on leave or have resigned because of PTSD or fear for their own safety. I cannot imagine why the city would be cutting any funding for the police at a time of such a crisis in security. I agree with spending for social services, but this is a longer-term solution, and would not handle the problems that we are having immediately. We could delay rebuilding a street. We could put off construction of new bike lanes. We could delay capital improvements. Once a city goes into decline because of safety issues like these, it is hard for it to regain its footing. Residents who will be able to will move out of the city. In Minneapolis, citizens are frightened, children are being traumatized, and far too many have been killed or injured. I implore Mayor Frey and the City Council to provide all funding requested by the chief.
Thank you, Signa. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have caller number 47, Patrick Ray. Press *6 to unmute your line. Patrick Ray. Go ahead. Not hearing Patrick, we'll move on to caller number 48, Tracy Morrow. Go ahead and press *6. When it says you're no longer muted, you can go ahead and state your name and make your comment. Speaker number 49, Chelsea Decklitz. Speaker number 49, go ahead and press *6. Wait a couple seconds for the recording to say you're no longer muted. Make sure that your phone is also not muted.
Hi, this is Chelsea.
Hi, welcome. We can hear you.
Hi. Klotz, and I live in Ward 8 in Bryant. I thank you all for giving us space to be heard today. I agree with others on this call that we need to do both. We need to keep people safe and fund our communities. Unfortunately, we've seen that the police don't know how to do that effectively, so we need to fund those who do, like mental health professionals, addiction specialists, housing experts, and I think our budget should reflect that. I imagine that many of those who've spoken on their fear would benefit from utilizing mental health services funded by the city and encouraging community connections. The individual who spoke earlier about being scared to walk a dog was not helped by MPD. She was helped by a neighbor who stood by her. We should be funding programs that help us engage with our neighbors so we aren't scared of them. We heard at the city council meeting last week that you know who the individuals are that are perpetrating the carjack people are so worried about. If that's the case, why have they not been stopped with the already exorbitant MPD budget? Because they're not addressing the roots of the effect. Addressing poverty with direct economic relief, supporting youth with programs and mentorships, and intervening with addiction and mental health services, community-based restorative justice programs will. People resort to crime when their basic needs are not met. The current proposed budget allocates less than 2% to affordable housing compared to 37% by MPD. When we speak about basic needs, housing is definitely one of them. Funds should be reallocated from MPD's massive $179 million proposed budget and given to the things our community really needs right now. I'm asking you today to consider the 2020 budget to fully fund our communities with MPD. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caller number 50, go ahead and press *6 and unmute your line. I have you listed as Igor Ray.
Hi, this is Igor Ray.
Igor, welcome. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Igor Ray, a resident of Ward 9 and an organizer with the Sex Workers Outreach Project. I've spent these last few months watching MPD bulldoze a sanctuary of unhoused people in the park half a block from my house and pepper spray protesters that they kettled on the highway and then deny doing so. It is unconscionable that the City Council voted to give MPD $500,000 during a global pandemic where no direct relief has been provided to constituents. I urge you to fund community safety efforts that stem from the needs of our most marginalized community members, such as the Sex Worker Outreach Project's Street Outreach Team. Such programs build relationships with people rather than criminalize them. Criminalization leads to more cost for the city in every way you cut it. I was inspired by Councilmember Cano and Jenkins' commitments to defund MPD this past summer because the current level of funding is holding long-term solutions hostage. I urge all of you and Council members Jenkins and Cano specifically to consider what reallocating the $179 million budget to low-income housing, direct economic relief, existing grassroots outreach efforts, and harm reduction could do for community safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller number 51 is Timothy Bonham. Caller number 51, press star 6. Wait for the recording. Go ahead, we can hear you. Seems like we've missed 51, Timothy Bonham. We'll move on to caller 52, Jeannie Raditz. If you're on the line, press star 6. Make sure your phone is also unmuted. The next few callers we have on the line will be caller number 53, Mark Doherty, 54, Roxy Lynch, 55, Albert Lucia, 56, Susie Passons, 57, Michael Byers. I didn't hear 51 or 52, so we'll go to 53, Mark Doherty. Go ahead and press star 6. Wait for your line to unmute and make sure your phone is also unmuted. Not hearing from Mark. Caller number 54, Roxy Lynch. Press star 6. Wait to hear you're no longer muted. And go ahead and state your name for the record and make your comment. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
This is caller number 47.
Patrick Ray. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I can wait for her.
Yep. No, I didn't hear anybody else so far. Go ahead. We're jumping back to caller number 47, Patrick Ray. Go ahead.
My name is Patrick Ray. I'm a resident of Ward 5 and the pastor of Northside Neighborhood Church. I cut my teeth on pastoral ministry by leading a small congregation of first and second generation Christian refugees from the USSR. They told me how they and their relatives suffered under communism. I know many Northsiders are confused. Why does it seem like our representatives are apathetic concerning the growing number of homicides in our neighborhood and in our city? I don't believe our council members are completely apathetic about the growing amount of violent crime in our city. If there's anything, though, that I learned from my refugee parishioners, it's that idealists and revolutionaries tend to care more about their utopian vision of the future than they care about the real-life consequences of the policies they enact. After watching the meeting from November 10th, it's evident that I won't be able to change the minds of those council members who oppose the chief of police's request, so I won't try. Instead, I will plead with young adult, hip, do-gooder voters that Al Sharpton calls latte liberals, who I fear are more concerned with looking woke than they are concerned with pushing for policies that truly help young people and their families in North Minneapolis. Please listen to the story of a mother who has lost 2 children this summer to gun violence. Listen to the voice of a preteen youth who cannot sleep at night because he fears his house is going to get shot up. I know so many Northsiders who moved to Minneapolis for a better life. They left Chicago, they left Gary and Detroit because they heard they could more easily pursue peace and prosperity in Minneapolis. They've come here only to find that they're still fearful for their children's lives. We have a chance to do better. We have the chance to provide a basic sense of safety for all our neighbors.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We still, in the recent queue, couldn't hear from caller number 48, Tracy Morrow, 51, Timothy Bonham. We have caller 52 is Jeannie Raditz. Are any of these people waiting to speak? Hello, go ahead and state your name and your comment for the record.
Hi, this is Roxanne Lynch. I've lived in Minneapolis 20 years, right near Powderhorn Park, and I've spent months speaking with my neighbors, and I speak on behalf of many of them. Although none of us approve what happened on May 25th, but we fully support our Minneapolis police officers, of which 99% honestly come on to protect and serve our community. I ask on behalf of the many that want to see our police force given millions more to the budget is what we want to see. We want our police force rebuilt, not to what it was, but to what it should be. Chief had requested 400 more officers, meaning up to 1,200 officers, and was denied. Now, after what's happened this summer, we are more short-staffed than ever, and we've all seen what's happened to our city. All of us are scared to walk our neighborhoods now. Much blame is to go around. To the chief for not face-to-face support of his men and women, although now asking for what's needed to restore our police department. To the mayor for too little too late, yet now fighting for our safety, thank you. But most people blame the governor and the city council for listening to the very few who actually wanted to defund the police. This and the hate propaganda has caused many officers to leave the department feeling hated and endangered as never before. You have the opportunity to make a decision that'll directly determine the future safety of our Minneapolis citizens, our businesses, and our officers, not to mention the prosperity of our beautiful city. I beg you not to only refund the police department from what has already been taken, but to add enough to the budget to get the numbers to what was requested by the chief and restore the several divisions in the department that have been cut off due to cuts. Those divisions that prevent crime and help catch the criminals tormenting our city.
Thank you, Roxanne. That high-pitched noise was the buzzer, and I need to cut you off, but you're welcome to send the rest of your comments to all of us, and we'll receive them. Appreciate your time. We're going to jump back briefly. Caller number 53, Mark Doherty. If you're on the line, could you press *6, wait for the recording, and go ahead? Go ahead. Not hearing that caller. Moving on to caller 55, Albert Lucia. 56 will be Susie Passons, 57, Michael Byers, and 58, Ross Felrath. I hear somebody unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah,
State
I'm
your
no
name.
longer muted. My name is Al Lucia. I grew up in New York during the 70s, and I'm having a deja vu with what's going on in the cities. We moved this year, just before COVID, from Plymouth to South Minneapolis, just because we were downsizing and we wanted kind of a nice, tighter community. And in Plymouth, we never experienced any street crime. Of course, although I've seen about it on Nextdoor. Anyway, we don't really have any issue with taxes, because that's part of what you pay. That's part of the social contract for safe streets. Our new neighborhood's very nice, well-maintained houses. We're near Hiawatha Park. But since we've been here, basically our garage has been broken into and robbed during the curfew. The yard's been entered. Now we lock it at night. Basically, we went away overnight and there was a break-in attempted. I don't know how they knew. Somebody's casing the place. Break-in was attempted, and we couldn't make a report because we called 311, and for whatever reason, there were so many reports going on that we did the callback option. Nothing happened. Anyway, I think we need more police funding, and more support for the police, so that we actually have to give them more resources so that they can spend more time out on the street. Anyway, I guess that's all my time. All my neighbors also have theft stories, by the way. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to caller number 56, Susie Passons. Go ahead and press *6. Wait until it says you're no longer muted. Go ahead. Caller number 56, Susie Passons. Caller number 57 is Michael Byers. Go ahead and press *6 to unmute your line. You may also need to unmute your phone. Caller number 58, Ross Felrath. If you're there, please press *6, unmute your line. Speaker number 59, Rick Klossner. Press *6. Wait for your phone to be unmuted. Okay, the next 5 callers we have in queue are Tom Forsyth. 61 is Mark Helevic, 62 Adam Barrett, 63 Jonathan Tamayo, 64 Anissa Mike. Do we have any of these callers in queue? Number 56, Susie Passons, 57, Michael Byers, 58, Ross Felrath, 59, Rick Klausner.
I'm number 60.
We'll move forward to number 60. Tom, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Tom Forsyth, and I live in Ward 3. Members of the council, the citizens of Minneapolis need your help. I speak today both for and against the mayor's budget proposal. For, because my neighbors and I strongly urge the council to support the mayor's budget, and against because, as you're hearing, we believe the mayor's proposed public safety budget may not be enough. When the 2020 city budget was approved, it funded 888 sworn officers. Today, after a mid-year cut with 121 officers on leaves, we have just 713 active sworn officers, and that number doesn't represent cops on the street, which is more like in the 500s. My daughter, also a Ward 3 resident, was a victim of crime, assault with some pretty significant injuries. She was in physical therapy for months. Last week, my neighbor, after her shift at Children's Hospital, made the audacious decision to stop at Kowalski's to pick something up for dinner, and around 6 in the evening, she was assaulted in the parking lot, hit in the face, purse stolen, as she made the reasonable decision to put her groceries in her car. Her purse and ID were found a couple of days later, 25 blocks from Kowalski's, across the street from our building, as those criminals tried to get in to commit additional crimes. Now, she wasn't shot, and neither was my daughter, so I know some crime experiences have been much worse, but crime in Minneapolis is out of hand, and our council has not been helpful. Some of you have been unhelpful. Last week, our police chief said our city is bleeding, and as you've been hearing, that's sadly true. Mayor Frey's proposed police budget should be the absolute minimum.
Thank you, Tom. Caller number 61, Mark Helevic. If you're on the line, press *6. Wait for your line to be unmuted. Caller number 61, Mark Helevic. You also might need to unmute your phone. Hello, go ahead and state your name and your testimony.
Great, thank you so much. My name is Mark Helevic. I'm a resident of Ward 11, long time, 50 years. And in my years here, I've been personally impacted by crime and violence in many ways. Never felt less safe than I do today. Why? Is it because I'm wealthy? No, not. I feel less safe today than ever before because of the recent and steep trajectory in crime, lack of commitment from you, our city leaders, that we elected to have our backs. Same goes for every single neighbor I talk to. Regardless of race, regardless of budget, instead of dealing with statistically obvious crime surge, you guys are putting your long-term, kind of utopian ACAB agenda ahead of the immediate safety concerns of your communities that elected you. That's negligence. Most people wouldn't stick around long in a job performing that way. You guys need to know that the majority of those who elected you are ticked off, that under your watch, officer levels have declined to an absurdly low level based on population. And I just learned that we'll even have fewer police next year. That's not good news for a city in a state of crisis. You know, usually I look forward to summer, but maybe not next summer with even fewer police based on last summer. We need a both-and approach, more police now. And thank you, by the way, for voting to bring in more help from outside. Number 2, more funding, not less, for better training for the long term, for a better police department. Number 3, mental health services and other needed programs are desperately important and need to be addressed, but those dollars should come from another budget, another area. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to mention to people watching this process and also to my colleagues that in about 20 minutes, we're going to take a 30-minute recess. That's for the public that's listening and perhaps waiting for their number in line to be able to take a break. So at noon, we will take a 30-minute recess, and that's in about 20 minutes. Next, we have caller number 62, Adam Barrett. If you're on the line, please press *6. Wait until it says you're no longer muted.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Adam Barrett. I live in the 11th Ward and I'm a commercial real estate professional who works with employers, assisting them with locating their offices in the Twin Cities. The personal appeals that we've heard today are impactful and very real. I would like to offer why the mayor's budget and Chief Arredondo's leadership is also a very real solution. My career in philanthropic work has provided an opportunity to witness and take part in equity initiatives within businesses and our city's largest public school. In fact, as a leader at Southwest High School, I had the privilege to act as a partner with our first Black principal as he strived to create a more equitable environment. Whether it's public education or companies who make Minneapolis their home, the need for top-tier talent is challenging to attract. When it's not there, mentoring incoming workers to refine technical skills and exemplify inclusive and empathetic soft skills requires time and patience. We don't achieve the roots of equity without first planting the seeds. Minneapolis is in need of a platform that embodies our diverse city and with officers who are skilled in multiple technical areas of expertise. We only achieve this goal with funding new members of the force who embody Chief Arredondo's vision. With your support of these funds, we have the opportunity to build a police force that ensures safety for residents, workers, and visitors while concurrently achieving a more equitably representative community. Please support Mayor Frye's budget and show us your trust in Chief Arredondo's leadership with a vote to approve the 3 new recruiting classes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have the next few callers in line. Start with caller number 63, Jonathan Tamayo. After Jonathan, we'll have 64, Anissa Mike, 65, Monica Nilsson, 66, Jim Sheely. Caller number 63, have you pressed *6? Wait for the recording. Make sure your phone isn't muted. Caller number 63. Moving on to 64, Anissa. Anissa Mike, go ahead and press *6. Wait a couple seconds till it says you're no longer muted. Speaker number 65, Monica Nilsson. Go ahead and press *6. Wait until your line is no longer muted. Speaker number 66, Jim Sheely.
This is Monica Nilsson.
Go ahead. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Monica Nilsson. By day, I'm the Executive Director of Haven Housing in North Minneapolis, operating shelter and housing for women and families. By night, I'm a 20-year homeowner a block from 38th and Chicago. By day, staff and clients work hard to improve health and housing, flinching as gunshots ring out steps from us. Children flee the playground or hit the ground on a Sunday afternoon as men give chase down the alley and gunshots ring out. People buying and selling drugs spend all day on the same street women are seeking sober housing. 2 weeks ago today, our residents watched out their bedroom windows as the 72nd murder victim was placed on a gurney. I leave work to face men and women not giving me access to my garage by alley, some with guns at their waist or hitting my car with their fists. I seek the comfort of sleep, to be awakened by gunfire, sometimes awakened more than once per night, recently 5 nights in a row. While each of us will move or change jobs throughout our lives, the one thing that will remain a constant are Minneapolis neighborhoods, our downtown. As KG Wilson said to me, what are you left with when you take the neighbor out of the neighborhood? I sadly hope to sell my home within a year. I implore you not to further reduce the budget of the Minneapolis Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller number 66 is Jim Sheely. As he gets himself *6 unmuted, I'm going to just list off the next few speakers. Will be 67, Janice Negrati, 68, Tully Klein, 69, Andy Snow, and speaker number 70 will be Kirsten McConnell. Number 66, Jim Sheely. Are you with us?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
My name is Jim Sheely. I'm a constituent of Councilmember Fletcher living in the 3rd Ward. I'm also president of the Warehouse District Business Association Board, and I walk down First Avenue and Hennepin Avenue to my job as president of Historic Theater Group, managers of the Orpheum State and Pantages Theaters. It was with unique vision of city leaders that the theaters were restored, and it's my company's responsibility to ensure they are professionally maintained and vibrantly programmed to bring regional audiences of all ages and tastes into downtown. More than 600,000 patrons attend events at the theaters annually, with an estimated economic impact of between $120 to $150 million. The hospitality industry in downtown relies on our events to drive revenue to hotels, restaurants, bars, and parking. Of course, this has all been put on hold by the pandemic, and the theaters are dark, but they are also boarded up against vandalism due to public safety concerns. And unfortunately, we've taken dozens of calls throughout the summer and fall from patrons who state they will never return to Minneapolis because they don't feel safe anymore in downtown. My own car has been broken into behind my apartment, and my staff feels intimidated by roving street gangs as they walk back and forth across Hennepin to do their jobs maintaining the theaters. When we are through with the pandemic and it's safe for the 500 full and part-time employees who have been out of work since March, we'll be ready to welcome back artists and audiences. I only hope that you, the members of the City Council, take seriously the importance of a safe and healthy downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller number 67, Janice Negrati. Go ahead and press *6. Wait for your line to unmute.
Hello there.
Go ahead.
This is Janice Negrati. Yes, this is Janice Negrati, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. People in Minneapolis, as you've heard from all the other callers, are afraid. We've got COVID going on where people are sick and relatives are dying. People are losing their jobs, homeschooling, tight living quarters, not being able to see friends, and now to be afraid to walk at 2 o'clock in the afternoon down your neighborhood walkway. I personally was stalked last week by a car, walked very quickly, almost to a run to get home. Tensions and fear are very high. Neighbors are being more vigilant and watching out for each other, which is really great. However, I'm concerned that this vigilance will morph into something that is not so great. We need a strong police budget, police reform, absolutely, expansion of services, and we have a chief that is well respected and honored, but he needs the financial resources to get the job done. He also needs, more importantly, to know that the City Council has his back when things get tough and don't succumb to the political rhetoric. If he succeeds, you all succeed. If he fails, we all fail and suffer. This summer, we saw a lot of political grandstanding and an openness to racism and systemic racism, even in our governing bodies and commissions. We all played a role in getting here, and we all need to fix it. I ask that you do your part and support this chief and what he needs to get the job done for all of us and for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller number 68 is Tully Klein. If you're on the line, press *6. Make sure your phone is unmuted. Sounds like we can hear you.
Yes, perfect. Hey, thank you for giving me a minute to talk about my views on the public budget. So I wanted to call in and express my support to cut the Minneapolis Police Department budget in favor of funding and building up community safety programs like the Seward Longfellow Restorative Justice Program, and to fully implement changes to the city's mental health response teams. Both of these programs do have a proven track record, but they do not have access to the needed funds. These are policies that our city needs to move forward, and these are the policies that will create the future that we want to see. The Minneapolis Police Department currently takes up about 41% of the city's general fund. I'm asking you to stick to your promises to defund the city's police department. Continue the hard work to reform our community safety and give the needed funding to these community programs. And that's it. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Could I confirm that that was Tully Klein that just spoke?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Caller number 69 is Andy Snow. Caller number 70 will be Kirsten McConnell. 71, Stephen Tannen. 72, Karen Forbes. 73, Jake Reber. Caller number 69, press star 6. Wait a couple seconds and go ahead with your testimony. Hi, welcome.
Hi, my name is Andy Snow, and I also organize with the Sex Workers Outreach Project of Minneapolis, and I'm a resident of Ward 1. I want to talk today about the specific harms that sex workers face from police in our city. Minneapolis police officers are legally allowed to rape and rob us prior to arrest. Under the previous police chief, raids of massage parlors and other adult businesses were suspended due to Minneapolis police officers raping too much. I'm going to repeat that. The raids were suspended due to Minneapolis police officers raping too much. It was excessive. Because of the harms that we as sex workers face, not only from the police, but from many factions of society, we are particularly adept at community safety protocols. My coworker, Igor, alluded to the real solutions that SWAP has to propose to keep sex workers safe in our city. And we invite not only council members Kendall and Jenkins to discuss this with us anytime, but all of the city council members. I personally think that the city council members are incredible leaders. We love a working council, and that intellectually you all know that investing in community safety is right. And I truly believe that y'all meant what you pledged in the park to defund the police, but that you also have to balance the fears of your constituents and the immediate needs for safety that people have. And we're calling on you in this moment not to lead with fear, but to lead with your heart, because we all know that Minneapolis can be a lot better. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller number 70 is Kirsten McConnell. Go ahead and press star 6. Wait for your line to unmute. Caller 70, Kirsten.
Hi, my name is Kirsten McConnell. I live in Ward 1. I love living in Northeast, but I am disgusted that Kevin Reich chooses to support the murderous MPD despite what constituents like myself ask of him. I work as an ICU nurse, so I think I'm qualified to say that the MPD are a direct threat to our public health and safety. I have come to know this by seeing and listening to my Black and Indigenous neighbors. I hope you would have all done the same, but then I cannot fathom how people would support their actions with $179 million of our money. As a white woman, I would say I'm probably thought of as the MPD's target audience, yet here I am demanding their abolition. Who do they protect? Who do they serve? If it is not all of us, then it is none of us. A rich white man getting richer or a white woman's ability to comfortably go to a brewery is not a public safety priority, and I hope you have not fallen victim to this manipulation. I'm disgusted by the Minneapolis citizens referring to the uprising this summer as if it was a random event. Do not forget that the MPD murdered George Floyd and countless others before him. Stop threatening to move to the suburbs and just do it if you only care about the safety of white bodies. Council and all previous callers, I demand that you take a seat with me and listen to Black and Indigenous leadership. We cannot waste this money on the MPD. Reallocate that funding towards housing and food outreach, fund restorative justice programs and independent mental health responders so we can address the root of crime without the risk of citizens being killed by MPD in the process.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Caller number 71, Steve Tannen, press star 6. Wait for your line to unmute. Hello, I think we'll be able to hear you. Steve Tannen, are you there? Moving on to caller number 72, Karen Forbes. Go ahead and press star 6. Wait until it says you're no longer muted. Caller number 72, Karen Forbes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for letting us speak today.
My name is Karen Forbes. I live in the Central neighborhood. I've lived here for over 30 years, and I've had many years of extreme, wonderful, quiet neighborhoods. And the change this summer, where there's been a lot of crime. There's been 2 homicides within a block of my house this summer. There's also been a lot of gunfire, and one of the bullets actually came into my living room and nearly killed me. So, I'm really concerned, as everybody else has said. And I know this committee's job is to make decisions regarding Mayor Frye's 2021 budget. And I just wanted to share a couple concerns I have regarding that budget. Increasing costs, I think, to reduce the MPD's budget. Just last week, the council
Clerk, this testimony is breaking up for me. Is that how it is on the broadcast?
Okay, let's see. Right.
There we go, you're back. Sorry about that. This isn't a great connection, but go ahead. If you could step back a few sentences, that would help.
Okay. Decisions regarding Mayor Frye's 2021 budget. A couple concerns I have with that upcoming budget. Increasing crime, I can't imagine how the mayor could put the MPD's budget.
Ms. Forbes, I'm sorry, we're having a really hard time hearing you, but please go ahead and submit written testimony. The clerk team, could you please reach out to her to help, and we can come back around to Karen Forbes. Caller number 73, Jake Reber. Caller number 73, if you're on the line, go ahead and press *6. Wait for your line to unmute.
This is Jake. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm from Ward 11, and I first want to say with the CMs, the council members that are listening today, I hope you're not just listening, but you're hearing our pleas. I am speaking today that you ask that you support the mayor's budget with no future cuts. We need boots on the ground for the current issues, and we need social programs for the future issues. There's current issues in the Ward neighborhood. There's a 90-year-old woman that her windows keep getting continually bashed out. She's asked for help. Her son has asked for help, and I know the community has asked for help. There's an elderly woman in my neighborhood that has a hard time sleeping at night and can't walk her dog more than 3 houses away from her own home because she does not feel safe. This is ridiculous. I have a relative in central Minnesota that needs to come to the University of Minnesota for medical treatment. This is serious medical treatment she needs. She doesn't feel safe coming into Minneapolis because of the crime. She is skipping her medical treatments because of this. This is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. We need to support our mayor and ask for the rest of the council members' support in supporting his budget. And Chair, I want to also thank you for your reminder at the beginning for people being civil. The November 10th meeting was not civil. It was disrespectful. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we are just past noon, and we did commit to taking a 30-minute break. So I'm going to take a brief recess of our budget committee. We will start right at 12:30 with caller number 74, which is Laura Russ. We are currently 2 hours into our public hearing, and we are 74 speakers in. Again, we have 166 speakers registered today. We do have 3.5 hours this afternoon to listen to testimony. if we are able to move with this kind of alacrity, it seems that we will be able to listen to everybody that wants to come and speak with us today. There are a couple people on the list for follow-ups that there were some technical glitches with. Thank you. We're going to recess for 30 minutes. Hello.
Jeremy, I'm checking back in.
This is Lene Palmisano back on the line.
Are we re-signing in?
Nope, you are not re-signing in. I believe we are all still live. We'll hear in the meeting chat from the tech team, but we are still live, and I just want to hear a positive affirmation from the people in City Hall, perhaps from the clerk or the tech team, that we're ready to go again.
Thanks. I'll mute my camera then.
CJ, are we?
We are ready. I'm hearing from CJ.
Oh, okay, great.
Great. Welcome back to the Minneapolis Budget Committee for November 16th. We're continuing our public hearing today, hearing testimony from the public on the mayor's 2021 recommended budget. We had 166 callers registered to speak this morning, and between 10 a.m. and noon, we got through approximately 73 callers. So we're going to begin this afternoon's part of the testimony, and we will go until 4 p.m. With caller number 74, Laura Russ. I'm going to also mention the next several speakers so they can just get ready in line to press *6 as soon as their name is called. We'll begin this afternoon with caller number 74 will be Laura Russ, 75, Devika Guy, 76, Amy Mimic, 77, Michael Green, 78, Ebony Chambers, and 79, Audria Webb. We'll go ahead and invite speaker number 74 to press *6. Wait for the recording on your line to say your line is unmuted. Make sure your phone is unmuted and go ahead. Speaker 74, do we have you? We'll move on for right now.
Madam Chair, it appears she is here. I think she may have just muted herself.
Oh, I see that. We'll give her just a moment.
Hello, this is Laura.
Hi, we can hear you, Laura.
Hello?
Thank you and welcome.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Laura Russ, and I'm a resident of Minneapolis, and thank the council members for your service during this difficult time. This summer, the city shared incredible unity that could have been built on to achieve change so that all residents are safe in their encounters with police and in their encounters with their fellow community members. Unfortunately, instead of building on that goodwill, some of you chose to recast it as an either-or and determine that punishing the police department through the budget process was the only path forward. Building on resident unity would mean working towards a shared path of public safety by listening to the chief's experience instead of lecturing him about administration of a department that many of you still know very little about. Building on resident unity would mean lifting up crime victims instead of dismissing their concerns. Instead of unity, the council's divisive approach has led only to punishing the residents of Minneapolis through rising crime. In unity, our city fully believes that violence is complicated and has root causes that need to be addressed through funded programs, as the council is also doing. However, it does not remove the crucial need for public safety enforcement that is best done by a politically supported and resourced police department. When political leaders rightly denounce police violence, but stay silent about rising community violence, leaders break their trust with residents and criminal opportunists take advantage of the city's vulnerability. Residents don't trust the council to take more power over the police department because many council members have shown. I'll end my time there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for ending so promptly. We appreciate it. Caller number 75, Devika Guy. I apologize if I've said your name incorrectly, but your caller number 75. Please press *6. Wait for the recording. Caller number 75, Devika. Okay, moving on. Caller number 76 is Amy Mimic. Go ahead and press *6. Wait a couple seconds. Make sure your phone is also unmuted. Caller number 77, Michael Green. Hello, we definitely have someone on the line. Go ahead and state your name and testimony.
Thank you. My name is Michael Green.
This is Karen Forbes. I'm number 72.
Oh,
can I try
I'm
this
sorry.
again?
Yes, we're going to have Michael speak and we'll come right back to you, Karen. One moment.
Okay, works for me.
Michael, go ahead with
Thank
your
you.
testimony.
So thank you. So again, I'm a 62-year-old lifelong resident of South Minneapolis. Excuse me. I'm the son and grandson of Public Works retirees and the nephew of a former Minneapolis police officer. I've lived in my current home in East Phillips, Ward 9, for 20 plus years. My main belief about government is that it is at whatever level to provide public safety. Since the destruction of the 3rd Precinct in East Lake Street, it seems Minneapolis has become a no rules town. I personally have had 3 thefts of property, twice physically assaulted, and had a gentleman stalk me to my home claiming to be live streaming and encouraging people to burn my house down. In my daily travels to Richfield or the West End or Northeast Minneapolis to do normal life business, I go by the ongoing open air public drug dealing and prostitution locations on Lake Street and Bloomington. It's very distressing. Hazel's story of losing her brother was absolutely heartbreaking. Can hear the suffering in her voice. Regrettably, the data clearly shows that street crime, drug dealing, prostitution, aggressive driving, break-ins, so on and so forth, are far more harmful to the emotional well-being of the public. The behavior and language of some of the council's recent actions, and particularly the $500,000 for the chief, was really an embarrassment. It looked like nickel and diming for political stunts. And at the same time, you blindly slapped a $300,000 overspend approval on the public service. So I didn't understand where the concern and hyperbole over that spend came from. Closing real quick, I heard the buzz. I want to see more money for police. I want to see the 3rd Precinct up and running. Get Target to do it if you have to. And multi-year, multi-million-dollar spend on data, all organized under one expert. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move back now to a caller that previously had a bad connection. Caller number 72 is Karen Forbes. Karen, are you on the line? Karen Forbes, are you still with us? Go ahead and press *6. Wait for your recorded message. There we go. Are you with us again?
Hello.
Hi there. We can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, wonderful. If technical stuff starts, it's kind of like just let me know and I'll submit my testimony by email. But anyways, I'll go on. Thank you, Madam Chair, for letting us speak today. I'm a 30-year resident in the Central neighborhood. Most of those years, 29 of those years, were spent in a very quiet, wonderful neighborhood where we worked with the police and we had a lot of success with that. However, this last year, starting with the summer really, it's been really bad. There's been 2 homicides within a block of my house, and there's been a lot of shots fired. One of them came into my living room and nearly hit me. So it's just really been bad. And I know this committee's job is to make decisions regarding Mayor Frey's 2021 budget. I just want to share a couple concerns I have. One, with the exponential increase in crime, how could the mayor really do his job with the budget that he has? Just last week, Chief Arredondo said they are hemorrhaging, and they can't provide the bare necessities of responding to 911 calls. And let's see, if there are 2 emergencies at once, then one of the parties are out of luck. Apparently doing investigations or monitoring crimes like gangs, prostitution, or other crimes that require more time and attention also fall by the wayside. And these are things that we had before, years ago. And then there was is that the buzzer?
It is. Go ahead and finish your last sentence.
Oh, okay. So I wanted to highlight a story in the paper where a police officer got out of his car and went and sat and talked with some of the children and ended up giving one of them a bike. And I'm thinking this kind of behavior really is going to do what the current interrupters are wanting to do, which is stop crime before it starts. And I was really
I'm going to have to pause you there.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Moving on to caller number 78. Caller 78 is Ebony Chambers. Go ahead and press *6. Wait to hear that you're no longer muted and make your comment. Ebony Chambers. I'll put the next 3 or 4 names in queue. It seems that she's left the call. Caller 79, Audria Webb. Caller number 80, Marcy Tollefson.
Hello, this is Amy Mimic. I'm number 76, and there were
go ahead.
difficulties.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Amy, and I've lived in the Fulton neighborhood since 2003. I'm here today as a concerned resident of the city on the crime trend we have been experiencing. These incidents, along with others, generate a feeling of uneasiness and frustration throughout our entire city. I would like to make 3 points regarding police reform and defunding. First, there is always going to be a need for a police force in our city. Second, I agree with the op-ed written by Samuels in the Star Tribune on August 24th. They called for a both-and approach. We need both reform and good cops added to our police force. And lastly, I trust Police Chief Arredondo to continue down the reform path. It is certainly not an easy job and ask for collaboration on your part. Please work together and not against each other. Give him the resources in the room to do his job. As taxpayers, we certainly deserve and demand more police protection than what we're getting. I ask you to please reflect about the numbers for the police budget for 2021 and do what is best for our city. We will continue to watch this budget process unfold, and as registered voters, we will use our voice next year to elect candidates that are aligned with our views. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have caller 79 in queue, Audria Webb. Go ahead and press *6. Wait for the queue to go ahead and speak. Caller number 80 is Marcy Tollefson. Marcy, go ahead and press *6. Make sure your own phone is unmuted.
I am Marcy Tollefson. I live in the Spanish neighborhood, Ward 12. Thank you. We have lived in our home for 52 years. I've been a very involved citizen. I started SENA, the Standish Erickson Neighborhood Association, chaired our NRP committee, and have volunteered for years at 3PAC. I am a senior citizen who is concerned about going to the gas station, the grocery store, the drugstore in my own community. I am very concerned about rising crime, shootings, home invasions, carjackings, purse snatchings throughout the city. I am not yet a statistic, but I'm afraid I will become one if we do not have adequate policing. We have an excellent police chief. He needs adequate staff to put his plan into place. There is need for reform in our MPD, but we need good officers willing to work with the community. The police need our support from the top on down. When morale is low, it reflects on service. Please adequately fund our MPD so all citizens can feel safe. After losing so much in our community to the riots in May, taking away our police is adding insult to injury. The council should continue with plans on how to supplement the MPD with other programs, but do not decimate our police department. Our city needs to heal. That process starts with people feeling safe. We need our police. Thank you.
Thank you. We're moving on to caller number 81, Robin Block. As Robin gets unmuted with *6, I'll just state the next few callers are Vanessa Haight, 83, Therese Martin, and 84, Lance Lamont. Hi, is this Robin?
Yes, yes.
Welcome.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am a resident of Ward 12. I have been for about 20 years. And I support the majority of callers today in asking that the City Council provide the resources that Chief Arredondo has requested. What I am seeing happening on the City Council is not a healthy debate about what is best for our residents, but rather a fight for who gets to be the hero in this time of crisis. There is a pandemic of crime right now. Some of you are still in denial about that. I understand that everybody has their own ideas on how to solve this pandemic, but how about if we look to the experts in the field, the main one being Chief Arredondo, who has worked his entire adult life in this arena and has the best insight as to what will work. He is open to change and reform, and he has proven his ability to reach out to the community for partnerships. Officers, you are all fighting within your own house by blocking Chief Arredondo and the mayor to bring about reform by using the power of the purse. This is not what we need to see as we continue to daily live in fear of being the victim of home invasion, assault, carjacking, gun violence. I beg you to all step outside of your echo chambers and witness this violence that is going on in our beloved city. You must put our welfare and protection above your individual egos. I demand that you fully fund the police budget as submitted by the mayor and the chief. And if you don't, I assure you that I, along with others, will work to vote you all out next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller number 82, we have Vanessa Haight. Go ahead and press *6. Wait to hear you're no longer muted. You might be calling in from a different line. I'll also call up caller number 83, Therese Martin. Go ahead and press *6. Wait for the message. Caller number 84 is Lance Lamont. Go ahead and press *6. Make sure your phone is unmuted. We also don't have Lance's number here on the call. Caller number 85, Sheila Nezhad. Go ahead and press *6. Wait for the recording.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. Go ahead. Hello, caller. Go ahead and state your name and your testimony. We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. My name is Sheila Najad. I'm a resident of Ward 9, and I'm here to support the defunding of the police. I was laying awake in bed last night wondering what I could say to y'all on the anniversary of Jamar Clark's murder that could make you realize that police don't prevent crime. And I'm at a loss of words. I think if a worldwide revolution, if the city burning down, if people coming together like never before cannot convince you that we need to try something different, I don't know which of my words could. So I'm gonna use the words of someone else. The state killed George Floyd at 46 years old. And let's go back to the state killing Fred Hampton at age 24. So Fred Hampton said, so we always say in the Black Panther Party that they can do anything they want to us. We might not be back. I might be in jail. I might be anywhere. But when I leave, you'll remember I said with the last words on my lips that I am a revolutionary. And you're gonna have to keep on saying that. You're gonna have to say that I am a proletariat. I am the people. I am not the pigs. You've got to make a distinction, and the people are going to have to attack the pigs. The people are going to have to stand up against the pigs. That's what the Panthers are doing here. That's what the Panthers are doing all over the world. Fred Hampton also said, and this is to you, council members, welcome new council member Osman. Sorry, this is quite a mess for you, but you have a chance to make a stand here. And Fred Hampton said, if you dare to struggle, you dare to win. And if you dare not struggle, then damn it, you don't deserve to win. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller number 86 is Anna Schmitz, and as she presses *6 and waits for the recording, I'll list that caller 87 is Jen Antilla, and caller 88 is Jamie Semino. Anna, are you there?
I am.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Anna Schmitz, and I'm the community manager at Fair State Brewing Cooperative in Ward 1. I'm testifying on behalf of the 99 small businesses and 508 Minneapolis residents who have signed on to an open letter calling on the City Council to form mobile mental health emergency response teams. There are many questions about policing in Minneapolis that are complicated. This is a question that is simple. If someone is nonviolent, unarmed, and experiencing a mental health crisis, who should respond? Over 500 Minneapolis residents and 99 small businesses agree that unarmed mental health professionals, not police, should respond to those calls. Council members Gordon, Fletcher, Bender, Johnson, and Palmisano have already publicly shared that they support the formation of mobile mental health emergency response teams. We sincerely hope that Council members Reich, Cunningham, Ellison, Osman, Goodman, Jenkins, Kano, and Schrader will join their colleagues and make this solution a reality in 2021. If you're a Minneapolis resident and support this idea, we urge you to call or email your council members after this hearing to ask them to publicly support this issue. After months of talk, the small business community of Minneapolis is calling on the council to act by funding the creation of mobile mental health emergency response teams in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller number 87, Jen Antilla. Go ahead and press *6.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Hi. Nice to hear you. I'm concerned that more Black and brown bodies will become a statistic without reform. When you allocate budget to the chief, you allocate budget to the Federation. And I'll end with these until my time is done. George Floyd, Jasher Vu, Mario Benjamin, Travis Jordan, Thurman Levins Jr., Justine Damon, Raul Marquez Heralde, Jamar Clark, Terrence Franklin, Delshawn Crawford, David Smith, Ahmed Guled, Quincy Smith, Tommy Baker, Wayne Reyes, Dominic Felder, Kwong Lee, Ricky Redeem, Benjamin De Cocho, Courtney Williams, Lorenzo Doby, Raymond Siegler, Walter Collins, Anthony Williams, Eric Netters, Christopher Burns, Martha Donald, Abu Jailani, Abdullah Simmons Mohammed, Ephraim Pompad Paz, Demetrius Sessler, Alfred Sanders, Barbara Schneider, Sean Hayes. Say their names.
Thank you. Next, we don't see them on the line, but are callers 88, 89, or 90 on the line, and could they press *6 and unmute their phones? We have Donna Nest, Molly Moss, and Rick Mayhofer. Are any of these people on the call? If so, go ahead.
I'm on the call.
Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, I was dealing with the wrong list. Is that Donna Nest?
Yeah, Donna Nesty.
Nesty. Go ahead.
Yeah. That act was really hard to follow because I really identify with Black and brown people who have been victimized by the police. I've seen it, but I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I don't want to take funding from the police department, which is 12% of the budget. We need it 80 to take it from the 88% of the budget. We need intense training for the policemen against racism. We need that. We need more money for the police, not less. And I am just very disappointed with our council that their ideology is overruling practicality, where we've had 74 homicides and 500 people shot, countless carjackings, and we have made our communities unsafe. And to those who say, well, the police come after all this happens, well, isn't it a coincidence that while the council is gazing at their navel, trying to figure out ways to better the police department, crime has grown exponentially. So I think seeing a squad in your neighborhood does sort of lessen the crime. And as far as criminalizing people, well, I think carjacking, murder, all of that stuff is criminal behavior. So I say support our police chief and our mayor's budget. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm just going to go back and call 3 names that we don't see logged into the call, but just in case, caller 88, Jamie Semino, 89, Corey Harrison, 90, David Mann. Are any of you on the line? Go ahead and press *6.
Callers that you've had today, I'm just really worried about all the crime that's happening in Minneapolis, and especially violent crime with these carjackings. They're not just stealing people's cars, they're assaulting them. And it really seems like it's affecting the elderly and older people and frail people more than anyone else. These people are already most vulnerable now because of COVID. And one of the things that they can still do, is to get outside, and now they can't do that. And a lot of them are afraid to get outside. And I'm not older yet, but I still worry for my safety too. I think, the idea of withholding funds from the Minneapolis Police Department is somehow the idea is that you're punishing the police department for a few, 1 or 2 bad officers, when that's not the way it works. When you withhold funds from them, you're punishing the people of Minneapolis that just want to be safe. We know that if a school was performing poorly, you don't withhold funds. That means they need more funds. In fact, withholding funds from the police department is probably what led them to have officers that were untrained and overstressed and reacted poorly to situations. So
thank you.
I really hope
Thanks for your testimony. Thank you. Caller number 93, Rick Myhofer. I understand you're on the line. Go ahead and press *6. Wait for the recording. Caller number 94, Ruby Levine. Go ahead and press *6. Wait for the recording.
Can you hear me, or this is Rick Myhofer?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Welcome, Rick.
I'm different from most of the people on here. I've served 21 years, 6 months, and 6 days in prison. When the city council had mentioned that they were going to defund the police, I mean, you have gangs moving here from all over this nation. Most of these carjackings and stuff like that is gang initiation. And the more violent you are, the better. A gang doesn't want you if you're not violent. To defund the police is lunacy. I mean, I can't carry a gun because I have 13 felonies. I was 15 years old when I went into prison. I have almost 22 years in. Every one of the city council members, in my opinion, should be removed. I mean, this is pure lunacy. And a felon is telling you this, of all people. I rely on the police because I can't carry a gun. Otherwise, I'd have 3 or 4 guns on me, and I'd use them. I mean, this is ridiculous. You people need to get your act in order. I mean, what are people paying taxes for? I don't get you guys. And the mayor, he's a coward. Honestly, give the police what they need to do their job effectively. And we need treatments and this and that. You ain't going to have none of that if you don't have social order. You can't have social order without law enforcement. It won't work. You can see it already on the streets. I mean, it's going to get worse here. I don't understand you people, what you guys are doing in office. And then you guys hire your own private security team? It's ridiculous at taxpayers' expense.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Rick.
Thank you.
Caller number 94, we have Ruby Levine. Is Ruby on the line?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Ruby Levine. I have lived in Minneapolis for almost a decade. I currently live in Ward 9, just off Lake Street. I hear a lot of people asking why we can't fund both community solutions and the police. This is because the police make our neighborhoods less safe. No money has been taken away from the police at this point. The police have had an opportunity over the summer and fall to show that they are serious about keeping our community safe from the surge of crime other people on this call have described. They have withdrawn from their responsibilities, specifically in my community and over north, because they are upset that people don't like that they regularly kill people. Please remember that the police are a flashpoint because they killed George Floyd, Justine Demond, Jamar Clark, Philando Castile, Fong Lee, and many others. It is sickening that bike lanes have come up more on this call than George Floyd. It is disgusting to hear people complain about their property taxes and avoid the core reasons many Minneapolitans want to move money away from this state-sanctioned violence and invest in our communities instead, not in addition to funding the police. Please provide funding to meet the yawning gaps in social services that drive crimes of need from hungry people who have had no relief in months of the pandemic. Please fund Southside Harm Reduction, the Sex Worker Organizing Project, and help our homeless neighbors find places to live. The police do not, even by their own estimation, prevent crime. Please invest in the solutions that do. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller number 95, Andrew Falstrom. I understand you're on the line. Go ahead and press *6 and wait for the recording.
I'm Andrew Falstrom. I live in Minneapolis in the epicenter of both the uprising and continued violence. Let's be clear, Jacob Fry's cops murdered George Floyd. They have been Rondo's cops and his people under his strict command for the past 3 years and his entire career. Now you want to tell us that more cops are the best way forward, the best deadly tool to use when we have been experiencing their slowdown and their personal retaliation for decades? We all deserve safety, but let's also be clear that for decades, this city has prioritized the safety and given deference to business as usual and the overwhelming and constant violence of speculating real estate developers, of extracting corporations, of landlords and bosses, of owning class people of all colors, but especially and most deadly, the comfort of white homeowners. This overwhelming violence has caused the devastation of renters, young people, wage workers, and people of color. What you see now are the results of that violence before us. You saw it in living color this summer at the 3rd Precinct, offering as your primary answer to send in your guns to squash the results of decades of violence and exclusion and wait again to attend to the underlying structural disease is absolutely ridiculous. In the late 60s, there was a citywide conservative, white law and order backlash to the uprising on the north side. I would ask everyone to learn your history, track your racial patterns, and do so much better. Cops aren't the cure.
Yeah, they are a moron.
Thank you. We do need to ask there not to be other chatter. Please mute that caller.
Sorry.
We have caller number 96, Heather Magnuson. If Heather Magnuson is on the line, we don't see her number as registered. We'll also invite caller 97, Valentina McKenzie, to go ahead and press *6.
This is Heather Magnuson.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thanks. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. After listening to the past couple of callers, there's clearly a lot of very passionate opinions on this topic. My name is Heather Magnuson. I have been a proud South Minneapolis resident for about 17 years. I do want to see all of our Minneapolis citizens be safe, but I am sickened to see the explosion in crime that's been occurring for the past 6 months and the lack of support our council has shown for Police Chief Arredondo. I personally have been a crime victim, as have some of my neighbors and many people on this call, and quite frankly, we're tired of it. There's no reason we cannot plan a culturally proficient police force while still recognizing that there's a gaping wound that needs to be repaired with more than just a Band-Aid. In fact, it feels as if council is not even interested in giving MPD a Band-Aid. The divisive rhetoric continues to open this wound further. The concepts of accountability in policing and recognizing that we still need a certain number of officers to keep us safe do not need to be mutually exclusive. Please support Chief Arredondo by approving the mayor's budget. He has a proven record of trying to build community connections, as evidenced when the riots started bubbling up downtown when the young man shot himself in the head, and rumors started floating around that it was an officer-involved shooting. Chief Arredondo was able to connect with community leaders who were then able to quickly get the word out that the information the rioters had received was incorrect, and the rioting ceased before it got out of control. He can't keep doing his job without the appropriate amount of resources. Further, every department has had to implement budget cuts due to COVID. I'm curious what cuts the council has made. Aren't you all getting pay increases in 2021? And are you still operating with 2 aides each? Have you considered giving up some of your resources to help shift some of the money either to Minneapolis Police Department or other resources to keep us safe so that we can properly deal with this crime explosion? Please, I beg you to start listening to your constituents and to do the right thing by supporting the mayor's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller number 97, we have Valentina McKenzie. Valentina, if you're on the line, go ahead and press *6. It sounds like we have you.
Yep.
Welcome.
My name is Valentina McKenzie. I'm here as a community leader and I work for Saytool. We are located at 37th and Chicago Avenue South in Ward 8. We are a business that has been impacted by the murder of George Floyd. We sit inside of the autonomous zone and have gone over 175 days with no police in an 8-block zone. I build with a group of Black leaders and community members that are called future fighters in that space. We learn about the things that actually keep our community safe. Housing, good paying jobs, mental health and addiction services. Schools. When you ask yourself what caused our city to be the way it is, let me remind you that our city was standing before the murder of George Floyd. The police are what caused this. The police do not keep our community safe. Police reform does not work. It was against the law when Officer Chavins kneeled on the neck of George Floyd for 8 minutes. It's not just a few bad officers either that are out here murdering Black and brown folks in our community. What about Officer Mike Reinberg? What about Dustin Schwartz? What about Dan Mays? Oh, excuse me, he's not an officer, he's now a lieutenant. Our community is facing consequences for a problem that has been broken and needs to be fixed, but has been left hanging on for dear life. This is the definition of insanity by continuing to invest into the police that do not keep our community safe. I'm asking you and yet begging you to be bold and look at the root problem in our community. We need things that keep our community safe. We are asking for $600,000 to be invested into community contracts and for 6 investigators so that you can actually protect and serve the workers that are on the front lines during this COVID and pandemic. Do what you need to do to keep our community safe and stop funding these killer cops.
Thank you. Our next caller, it doesn't look like we have his registered number on the call or her, I don't know. Iman Hassan. Is Iman Hassan on the call? Go ahead and press *6 if you are. Hello? Iman Hassan? Hello, Iman? I'll move forward to Akira Yano. Is Akira Yano on the call? Caller number 99. Go ahead and press *6.
Hello, council members and staff. My name is Akira Yano, and I'm a resident of Ward 10. I am not here to suggest that you divert funds from MPD into our communities. I'm here to demand that you do so. As a resident of Minneapolis, I'm fed up with the atmosphere of fear and indifference to community safety that the actions taken by MPD reflect and uphold. Police do not prevent crime. They respond to it after it already happens at best and criminalize and kill innocent people at worst. I do not support any of Mayor Frye's spineless recommendations for the following: $230,000 for the early intervention system. It is a waste of money to invest in a program that relies on police being the ones to punish police. It works to expand the department's overall budget, which we know MPD can direct as it chooses, and they've already shown who they feel accountable to, themselves, not our community. A $400,000 to $503,000 investment in new recruits and cadets. In the current social climate, where white supremacist violence is being emboldened by highest levels of government, who do you think is likely to apply? There's a recent FBI report, not that the FBI is any better, that shows a pattern of white supremacists infiltrating police departments across the country. The amount and degree of violence towards protesters over the summer alone is enough evidence that MPD is no stranger to those affiliations. We cannot create a pathway for more violence to be enacted upon Minneapolis residents. Through Frye's proposal, MPD is due to shift an additional $5 million towards overtime on top of $3.5 million. I at least hope they plan to buy some masks with that money, considering hardly any of them wore any the other week when they trapped protesters on I-94 as they're trying to leave and spent hours arresting them one by one. Great use of taxpayer money there. With reduction in response times and general interaction with the public, such as barricading themselves in precincts, there really is no need to expand police overtime expenses. I want you to cut these from the proposed budget and make deeper cuts in MPD's proposed budget and fund things such as efforts to combat COVID. In what world does it make sense to have the budget be over 7 times?
Thank you, Akira. We appreciate your testimony. We have to move on now to caller number 100, Daniel Magnuson. Daniel Magnuson, go ahead and press *6. Wait for the recording.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome. Go ahead and state your name and testimony.
Yep. So good afternoon. My name is Daniel Magnuson, resident of Northrop neighborhood of 17 years and teacher for Minneapolis Public Schools. In a conversation with Lieutenant Sean McGinty of the 3rd Precinct, I learned how MPD had lost $8 million from its budget in response to the COVID crisis. Now, yes, all departments had to take a hit to their budgets, but $8 million was cut from MPD. As Chief Arredondo explained, he's not sitting on a treasure chest of additional funds over there. MPD had no choice but to eliminate a number of proactive police strategies in response to that cut. Targeted patrols, beat officers at high crime areas, gone. Undercover operations, gone. Problem property units, gone. Homeless outreach team, gone. Community engagement, gone. Then the summer of 2020 arrived, bringing with it unprecedented crime. My concern is, why is no one talking about this $8 million loss and its correlation to our present situation? The COVID emergency gave us a taste of what defunding MPD would look like, and the picture has been grim. We need to restore, not take away from MPD's budget, so MPD can, number one, fulfill their mission of public safety, and number two, adopt initiatives to further our shared vision for a more efficient, responsive, and culturally proficient police force. It will take more resources, not less. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker listed on the call, we're waiting for an interpreter for. We're going to skip ahead to caller 103, Munira Mohammed. Munira, are you on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Is this Munira?
Yes, this is.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, City Council members and public viewers. As the Council looks towards marking up the 2021 budget, I'd urge you to keep the people of the city in mind and rethink what public safety looks like. George Floyd's killing and subsequent protests have shown that there is a great need for systemic change and that public safety is so much more than law enforcement. It's about racial justice and ensuring civil liberty protections for all people. We would strongly urge the Council to reallocate money into non-police mental health services so that trained mental health and substance abuse specialists respond to appropriate 911 calls instead of police who have no training and are likely to escalate. We also encourage implementing the reporting shift recommendations from the 911 and PD working group, such as moving property damage and theft reporting to 311 and having city staff deal with traffic and parking issues. Violence prevention should also be a focus, with more money moved into the Office of Violence Prevention, creating programs for victim support, community navigators, and neighborhood safety organizing. Overall, it's time that the city reinvested in historically underfunded areas such as housing to curb the homelessness epidemic and other similar initiatives in a way that truly makes our communities safer and neighborhoods more equitable. Envisioning a new form of public safety is for the benefit of all people in Minneapolis. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. We're going to move back just a bit to Erica Castro, who is on the line with her interpreter, Brianda, to assist us. Welcome. Thank you for coming to this public hearing.
Okay, thank you. We're here. We're doing a little bit of technical miracle to make interpretation work over Zoom, so we appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
Erika, ¿está lista para hablar? Sí. Ándale. I'll be interpreting simultaneously. Sí, ya.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Erika Castro.
My name is Erika Castro.
Soy miembro de CETUL.
I'm a member of CETUL.
Bueno, ante antemano, queremos que usted desde el
To start
ayuntamiento
off with,
invierta a los fondos
I want the City Council to invest the funds
que ya hemos tenido en los trabajos, tanto como yo, en varios trabajos,
that we've had in jobs like my job,
robos de salario.
wage theft.
Queremos que inviertan en más investigadores.
We want them to invest in more
laborales
investigators into labor violations
para ayudar así a los trabajadores a cumplir sus derechos.
to help the workers be able to have their rights respected.
Por eso estoy acá para favorecer
That's why I'm here,
con el presupuesto para las organizaciones comunitarias.
to support the funding going to community organizations.
Vale la pena que den el dinero para aprender y preparar más a los trabajadores.
It's worth it to invest more money in educating and helping workers.
Que haya más presupuesto
There should be more money in the budget
para ayudar a investigar los robos de los trabajadores.
to help investigate wage theft from workers.
Siempre ha habido los robos de salario y no han hecho nada.
There has always been wage theft and nothing has been done about it.
Y gracias a estas clases de CETUR o de otros miembros nos estamos capacitando
And thanks to CETUL and other organizations, we're training ourselves
para saber los derechos de nosotros los trabajadores.
so that workers can know our rights.
Por eso queremos que haya más de 6 investigadores y $600,000 en dinero.
So we want there to be more than just 6 investigators and $600,000 in funding
Para la educación y el alcance de la comunidad.
for education and community outreach.
Thank you very much.
Just a second.
En estos momentos estamos viviendo eso, de tanta pandemia.
This is our lived reality right now with the pandemic.
Más nos están robando y uno no lo sabe cómo vamos a.
And in addition to that, we are having our wages stolen, and we don't have good ways to address that.
Y a las clases que nos dan nos están ayudando a eso.
And the education that we get in organizations like this is helping us.
Thank you. Brianda, we have to wrap up now.
Erika, dicen que usted puede decir una cosa más, pero
Nos den el apoyo a todos.
so that's what I came to say is that they should help all of us.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Erika.
Thank you, Erica Castro, and thank you, Brianda. Take care. The next caller we have in queue is caller number 104, Evan Nothman. We don't see his registered number on the line. Evan, if you're there, could you press *6? We do think we have caller number 105, Tess Dornfeld, on the line. Tess, go ahead and press *6. Wait until it says you're no longer muted.
Hi, Tess Dornfeld, Ward 3 in Northeast.
Great.
I recognize that we've all been taught our whole lives that this false narrative that police provide safety, but it's a myth. It has never been true, and it has especially never been true for communities that are already marginalized in other ways. In 2016, researchers at the University of Cincinnati analyzed 60 studies and found that more cops does not lead to less crime, and fewer cops does not lead to more crime either. And if we look at what's in the proposed budget, how does nearly $1 million for mounted police keep us safe? How does $8.6 million for MPD's PR department keep people safe? That's the same amount for PR as the entire allocation for affordable housing. I don't think anyone in the city would say that represents our priorities. I want you all to remember that you've heard from a few dozen people today who are in a position to participate by this means. There have been thousands of us in the streets over the summer and this month demanding alternatives to this failed system of policing. And that starts with moving this excessive funding from the MPD budget to the things that our communities really need. Besides affordable housing, we also need funding for tenant navigators, unarmed public health emergency response programs that are fully separate from MPD like COPE, and permanent funding for the recast program, among other things. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Jasmine Sanchez. I don't think we have the registered number on the call, but go ahead and press *6 if you're there, Jasmine. The next few callers are as such. Caller 107, Carissa Stotts. 108, Shelby Thomason. 109, D.A. Bullock. 110, Amanda Dobbs. Caller 106, Jasmine, are you on the line? Press *6. How about caller 107, Carissa Stotts?
Yes, my name is Carissa Stotts. I live in Ward 6. I'm using my time today to share testimony from a BIPOC community member who couldn't be here.
Good morning, council members. My name is Devika and I live in Ward 9. I am disgusted by this secret deal to give the cops more money and so profoundly disappointed that my own council member was one of the yes votes on this decision. I know my time is short, so I will very briefly tell you about one of my many recent experiences with MPD. 2 Saturdays ago, my partner and I were awoken at night by those familiar flashing red and blue lights coming through our window. We got out of bed, stepped outside, and saw a young black man who had been pulled over outside our house by 5 squad cars. So 10 police officers had pulled over this one person. The person was not resisting in any way. He was following all the instructions and just kept repeating, "Please, I don't want to get shot. I don't want to get shot. Please, I'll do what you say. Just don't shoot me, man." These 10 cops pulled him out of his car, searched his car without a warrant, threw all of his belongings from his car into the street. After an hour of this nonsense, they had not found a single incriminating thing and could not come up with a reason to arrest him. So they had his car towed away instead. When he asked why the car was being towed, they said it was because it had bald tires. And that is why 10 police officers had pulled over this black man for bald tires. Are you kidding me? When the whole ordeal was over, this man confided to us that he had lost his job due to COVID months ago and had just finally gotten a new job. He did not have enough money to get his car out of the tow yard, but without his car, he would not be able to get to work on it.
Thank you. We need to go ahead. Caller number 108 is Shelby Thomason. Go ahead and press *6. We don't see your registered number on the call. Shelby, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Hi, my name is Shelby Thompson, and I'm an ICU nurse in Minneapolis. It's a disgrace that the council has voted to expand the police budget despite months of the community showing you that we do not want our money to be thrown away on police. We are in the middle of a public health emergency. A pandemic is racing through our population, and yet people are still being forced to go to work in order to pay their rent. Temperatures are dipping below freezing, and people are forced to live in tents and risk severe frostbite. But instead of funding direct economic relief or public housing, you are considering putting even more money towards police. Someone prior to me said that we need to trust MPD. We have trusted them for over 100 years, and yet here we are. They don't stop crime, they react to it. Or worse, they cause it. What stops crime is funding housing and making sure people have what they need. And speaking of needs, earlier Pam said that we need to stop funding quote unquote nice to haves and fund need to haves. Putting money towards a public health crisis is a need to have. Public housing is a need to have. Funding a police that you want in downtown so you can feel safe going to a restaurant in a pandemic is a nice to have. I am disappointed, and I hope you all on the council have the foresight to fix this choice, especially Councilwoman Andrea Jenkins, who represents me and my neighbors in Ward 8. And lastly, for everyone who has said they are afraid to walk their dogs or go grocery shopping because of crime, I have lived here for the past 10 years, and those claims of being scared are ludicrous. These people aren't scared of crime. They're afraid of Black and brown folks. So personally, I would advise against taking the opinions of people so blatantly racist seriously.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Caller number 109 is D.A. Bullock. D.A. Bullock, are you on the line? Go ahead and press *6. Wait until you're no longer muted. Moving on to caller 110, Amanda Dobbs. Go ahead and press *6.
I have lived north side in Ward 4 for over 15 years. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. I have the best neighbors. We take care of each other. As you make decisions about the budget, I beg you to please look at the data and fund strategies based on data, not feelings. I repeat, please look at the data and fund strategies based on data and not feelings. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Amanda Dobbs, just confirming that. Caller number 111 is Allison Olson Cox. Allison, if you're on the line, go ahead and press *6.
Hi, this is Allison. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, my name is Allison Olson Cox. I'm the managing attorney of the Immigration Law Project at Mid-Minnesota Legal Aid. MMLA has been serving low-income and vulnerable residents of primarily Hennepin County for over 100 years, and the Immigration Law Project has been a piece of that for now over 20 years. We are located in Ward 3. I am with you today because we would like to receive a portion of the budget allocated for immigration legal and social services. When the city increased the budget for these services in 2020, we were allocated a portion to represent Minneapolis residents in their immigration cases, as well as offer immigration education to city residents. Unfortunately, that amount was recouped and we did not receive any funds from the city in 2020. We understand that this is an unprecedented time and that money is tight. However, we also know that our immigrant community members are being hit disproportionately hard during this time, and they need more, not less, flexibility in the services they receive. We work closely with the city, community organizations, and other immigration legal service providers in the area. The city residents benefit from our participation. Our project is unique in that we are within the larger organization of MMLA and are able to offer holistic legal services. For example, when the city's Immigrant and Refugee Office asked for our help to disseminate information about stimulus check eligibility to incarcerated individuals, we worked with our tax unit to get it done. We have also been at the forefront of offering education and expertise in the area of public charge. We have done this in the past year without funding, and think of what we could do with funding. Please include us in the allocation for immigration legal services in the 2021 budget.
Thank you. We need to
Minneapolis.
Go ahead and move on because we heard the buzzer.
Yep.
Thank you. Our next speaker is caller number 112, Cynthia Sarver. I also want to note to listeners that I'm going to be temporarily transitioning my chair of the meeting over to Councilmember Fletcher, the Vice Chair of Budget Committee, for a little while here. Cynthia, are you on the call? Go ahead and press *6. Cynthia Sarver. Not hearing Cynthia. Caller 113, Cecil Smith. If you're on the call, press *6. Caller 114, Michael Lindsay.
Hello.
Hello, is this Michael Lindsay?
No, this is Cecil Smith.
Go ahead, Cecil. Welcome.
I was once a young man and recent immigrant living at Franklin, Chicago in 1995. The MPD was not trusted at that time because they appeared indifferent to the misery in our community. In 2008, I re-engaged with the police because of the drugs and gang violence I was dealing with as a property owner and leader in Ventura Village. It was a rocky start and it took years to establish trust, but I did encounter officers who cared about our community. They listened to community concerns, especially from our BIPOC members. I watched them closely work with Somali and Latinx business owners so that their customers felt safer coming to their establishments. It was long, hard, and difficult work, but every year our community got better. George Floyd's killing and the events that followed, including your own actions, have left a trail of tears and devastation. My trust in the MPD was dealt a severe blow. There was no public safety for George Floyd and many others since, and to this day we watch, struggling to see it being restored. My own experience of this included being attacked and physically assaulted, calling 911 and having that operator tell me while my attacker was on top of me that no police officer was available. Thankfully, I'm here to tell my story. Our police department and our state laws need reform. We also need leadership that prioritizes public safety, especially when an officer is present. You have a big challenge, but the path you've started down gives me no confidence that we will realize a sense of safety in our city. But from my nearly 30 years in the city, I know this. We do not have enough officers to restore public safety in our city, and only you can resolve that challenge. Please support the mayor's budget.
Thank you, Cecil. Next up is Michael Lindsay. Michael, you can press *6 and unmute. And after Michael is Stephen Bullard, number 116, David Wang, and number 117, Carol Flynn. Go ahead, Michael. I'm not hearing Michael. Stephen Bullard, if you're ready, go ahead.
My name is Stephen Bullard. Bender, Cunningham, Ellison, Fletcher, Gordon, Schroeder. We're going to remember your no vote when our chief came to you and asked for help for the $500,000 to try to stop the bleeding in this entire city. And we'll also remember you approved the spending of $152,000 for 3 members of the council for their own personal safety. So you neglected the entire city, and yet you spent taxpayer money to provide safety to 3 people. The council's demonizing of the entire police force has emboldened the criminals and exposed our families to violence. Personally, our car got stolen out of a garage, and our neighbors got 2 cars stolen out of the garage at gunpoint. Support this police chief and fully fund the police in this budget, and be ready to allocate more to put more police on the street to squelch this crime spike. This is common sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up is caller 116, David Wang. I'm not hearing David, so I'll call number 117, Carol Flynn. You can hit *6 to unmute. I'll go ahead and call on caller 118, Lillian Garrettson. If you're on the line, you can hit *6 to unmute and proceed with your testimony. Caller 119, Celeste Robinson. You're invited to speak at this time. Following Celeste, we'll have caller 120, Emily Collins, caller 121, Marjorie Kuriopoulos, caller 122, Elizabeth Lindsay. not hearing caller 119.
I'm just speaking on behalf of David Wong. He is not able to get into the meeting, so he's trying to get here. I wonder if there's a tech problem, given that so many people haven't been able to speak.
We have a number of people who weren't able to stay on the call this long as well, so we do have some drop off, but I'll ask the clerk to work with this caller to try to get David Wong access to the call. And in the meantime, I'll call on Emily Collins, caller 120. Caller 121, Marjorie Kuriopoulos. Please hit *6 and unmute.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Marjorie Kuriopoulos. You probably know my name by now. I'm a Greek American. I'm retired, and I live in Ward 11. And I've lived here for 20 years. I'm not a wealthy homeowner. I'm just a single parent and a grandparent. My grandson is 16 years old. He's mixed race, and I worry about him every day now that he's driving. And on Memorial Day, we were shocked and in awe. I always believed he was safe in South Minneapolis, a diverse community, but that is a distant memory. And now suddenly, with all of the carjackings, the armed robberies, and destruction in Uptown, I am also worried about my own safety every day. Like others, I canceled a dentist appointment today because it's on Chicago and 44th, and I'm here instead because I am one of those people who is vulnerable to this kind of violence. So I thank you for listening to all of those of us who live here in Minneapolis, and I want to let you know that I support the current budget that the mayor has put together, because it's already $14 million less than last year's budget, given the situation. So I wanted to also say that I also support, obviously, radical reform. I also trust the police chief, Arredondo, with his personal and professional experience to continue down that reform path. It's a difficult job, and collaborating with him instead of berating him can go a long way. I'm just really kind of embarrassed. Is that the buzzer?
It is, yes. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay. I did send everything in writing, so you should have my full notes in writing, but just to say,
Excellent.
It's not an easy situation.
Yeah. And thank you for providing your testimony in writing as well. We appreciate that. We'll move on to Elizabeth Lindsay, who it looks like might not be on the line, so I'll go ahead and also call on Ryan Bandy. Caller 123.
David Wong.
Hi, David. Great. We'll go back to 116, David Wong. I'm glad you were able to get on. Please go ahead.
Fantastic. Hey, everyone. My name is David, and I live in Ward 6 in Ontario Village. I'm probably the first Ward 6 caller in this meeting. I'm hearing all this testimony today, and it's pretty clear that community safety is priority number one on everyone. I'm torn. I'm torn because it seems like a good number of people are conveniently forgetting that the police have hurt and killed Black and brown communities. People are conveniently forgetting that Jamar Clark was murdered by the police 5 years ago yesterday. They're conveniently forgetting that the police tore down unsheltered community members' homes, destroyed medic tents and targeted medics during the uprising, and just 2 weeks ago, pepper sprayed residents in Cedar Riverside who are watching the protests go down on I-94. This is to Councilmember Osmond. You're absolutely right. Our ward is hurting, but I do want you to think about one number. Today it's $900,000, which is the amount that funds the Minneapolis Mounted Police. I was driving through downtown a couple Wednesday evenings ago and encountered a group of cops on horses staring down at me, and I felt both anger and fear because people have been scared into thinking that intimidating the hell out of our residents is going to keep us safe. Spending 6, 7, 8 hours of overtime pay, trapping protesters on the highway does not keep us safe. Spending resources pepper spraying your constituents and exposing them to COVID because cops weren't wearing masks does not keep us safe.
Thank you for your testimony.
How many Phillips neighborhood clinics could be funded with $900,000? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. I will call now on caller 124, Carrie McGuire.
Sir, I'm present. Can you hear me? I'm caller 122.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Please go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. My questions are about the reality of the chief's presentation October 8th, which said there will be 531 sworn officers for a city of maybe 500,000 people next year. And Director McPherson's analysis of 25,000 unstaffed hours being included in that really reduced number of staff. And I wonder how you can reimagine anything, never mind provide a minimum of service with officers exhausted, demoralized, and stretched terribly thin. There'll be no new training possible with this staff figure. The other question I'd like to ask is about the possibility of looking at the budget differently as a whole. I've been researching the bike lane figure of 70 million and the 7 million in upgrades to the impound lot and the street meters. And I wonder what we're trying to achieve by, first of all, extracting potential fines from a struggling population. And second of all, not thinking about something else that could perhaps be done with $77 million. That's just a civilian's analysis. I haven't been able to dig into the entire budget, but does it make sense to provide bike lanes that are useful half of the year when we have the devastation on Lake and beyond? Couldn't that money be applied towards perhaps a group bid for demolition and rebuilding for our struggling business owners and employers? That's what I'm asking. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll call again on number 124, Carrie McGuire. If you're present, please hit *6 and unmute.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. My name is Carrie McGuire. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I am also an attorney with the Immigrant Law Center of Minnesota, and I'm calling to make a comment to consider please creating funding and increasing funding to our non-citizen communities. Much like Ms. Cox at MMLA, as an attorney at ILCM, I work with a number of Minneapolis residents who are going through removal proceedings, which is deportation. What many people don't know is that there is no public defender in the deportation system, and unrepresented people are 4 times are unlikely to be released from ICE custody. If they are represented, they're 4 times more likely to be released from ICE custody and 2 times more likely to be able to remain in the country ultimately at the end of their case. There are a large number of immigrants in the Minneapolis community, and I want to highlight one client of mine who 16 years ago was convicted of theft as a young refugee Black man who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. His involvement was very questionable. ICE decided to hold him for 6 months, even though he clearly had the right to remain in this country. And so something as small as what someone might consider a theft conviction can result in someone being separated from their family for a minimum of 6 months, unable to support their wife, children, and drive their elderly parents around. Because there is such a large immigrant community here, I encourage looking into how we can provide public safety in the form of supporting our non-citizen residents. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. I'll call next on speaker 125, Ethan Johnson. Ethan will be followed by speaker 126, Katie Capistrant, 127, Becky Johnson, 128, Emmy Gackage.
Hello, this is Ethan Johnson. Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
Thank you. Again, my name is Ethan Johnson. I live in the East Harriet neighborhood, grew up in Minneapolis, nearby in the Kingfield neighborhood. Have lived in Minneapolis my entire life, with the exception of going out of state for college. I now own a business in the city of Minneapolis, as well as 7 rental properties in the city of Minneapolis. And I would like to say that I fully support the mayor's budget to fund the police department. I disagree wholly with the notion of defunding the police department. Although I absolutely agree with making changes to the existing police department. I watched the George Floyd killing and was appalled by that, and certainly think that we clearly need to make some changes. However, throwing the whole thing out and really demoralizing all the good police officers that are out there is doing so much damage to our city, as we're seeing with the huge uptick in crime. 7 rental properties in Minneapolis. I'm currently selling some of those because I don't feel confident in the direction our city is heading, and the lack of law and order is a huge driver in that. Also worth pointing out, my wife does not feel safe going on walks with our daughter any longer in the city. I think that public safety needs to be our #1 priority when we're looking at
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll call on caller 126, Katie Capistran. Katie, please hit *6 and unmute and share your testimony. I'm not hearing Katie, so I'll call on 127, Becky Johnson. Caller 128, Emmy Gakich.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect, thank you. Hi, my name is Amy Gachai, and through listening to this, I've been thinking about how we spend more money on the Minneapolis Police Department than any other department in Minneapolis. 37% of the proposed budget. More on police and mental health, more on police than housing, more on police and harm reduction. And I have to ask, how is that sustainable? What are we doing to reduce crime before it happens? What are we doing to improve the social determinants of the lifestyle of our neighbors? What are we doing to ensure that those who have mental health concerns or need domestic assistance are getting the help they need? What are we doing to lower crime? Many of these testimonies are a testament to how ineffective the Minneapolis Police Department is. They show up after an event happens and aren't true crime preventers. I urge City Council to consider the true implications of what continuing traditional policing looks like, because I know as a high school student, my fellow peers feel unsafe around cop cars, avoid hallways where SROs are typically placed, and are still reeling from the brutal events of this summer. MPD has a historic legacy of brutality, racism, and undeniable disconnection with what Minneapolis residents want, need, and stand for. And that feeling of unsafety and fear that many of you are describing is becoming ever more present as we continue to see a failure to create change within our justice, safety, and policing systems. More money cannot reform this legacy. More money cannot hold MPD accountable for their egregious crimes. More money is not a solution. Bringing in more officers without making significant changes to the way we approach community safety and the way we consider policing is irresponsible and contrary to the promise you made to your constituents. It will not make Minneapolis safer. There are other options to police that City Council should explore. A budget that prioritizes alternative options to police and funding. The MPD is a budget for Minneapolis. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is caller 129, Kessa Andrews. Kessa will be followed by caller 130, Mary Georgievich, caller 131, Noreen Hatala, and caller 132, Robert Keene. Go ahead, Kessa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. My name is Kessa, and I live in the Lindale neighborhood. I believe we should all be able to feel safe in our communities, no matter the color of our skin, our zip code, or what's in our wallets. Right now, everyone recognizes our status quo system of public safety isn't working. But the Minneapolis Police Department has one of the largest budgets that they've ever had. Yet it is clear we don't have the community safety we all need and deserve for ourselves and our families. I and many people I know are not comfortable calling the police because their responses often escalate situations and have led to the death of Minneapolis residents like George Floyd and the harassment of so many people. And we know that the Minneapolis Police Department has currently slowed response times to try to stoke fear so that they can maintain their power and try to prove that they need more funding. Police departments have done this in city after city when the residents call for accountability. That means the Minneapolis Police Department is prioritizing their own power and profit over our community safety. I believe we can and should have trained people we can call, but the Minneapolis Police Department has demonstrated that they are not up to the task. Throughout my life, and when I worked in a restorative justice program, I have seen how the police response for situations like mental health crises, people struggling with addiction, shoplifting, traffic stops, you name it, often make these situations so much worse. I heard time and again how if someone had the support they needed, they wouldn't have felt backed into a corner to steal or use drugs, etc. in the first place. In my experience of speaking with people charged with felonies and misdemeanors, when we actually support people to be the best community members they can be, they will rise to the occasion. That's why we need to increase funds for programs such as mental health responders and support all Minneapolis residents
Thank you for your
through
testimony.
housing, education, and rehabilitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is 130, Mary Georgievich.
Hello.
Hello. Please state your name and testimony for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Georgievich. I am a resident of Ward 2, and I love that I have many immigrant neighbors and friends in Minneapolis and the surrounding areas. Also, like Ms. Cox of MMLA and Ms. McGuire of ILCM, I'm an immigration attorney at the Immigrant Law Center of Minnesota. I hope that the Minneapolis budget for 2021 will continue to support efforts to keep Minneapolis families together. Minneapolis, like more than 24 other communities across the country, supports legal representation for immigrants and refugee residents. This partnership between Minneapolis city government and nonprofit legal assistance providers is a model for public-private partnership. Minneapolis has more than 65,000 immigrant residents, and because of advocacy by ILCM, hundreds have become citizens in the last year. Nearly 19,000 residents of Minneapolis live with at least one family member who is undocumented. And this week, we at ILCM received notice of at least 3 new lawful permanent residents. This funding is vital to ensuring families are able to live together safely in Minneapolis, and I hope to see it increase more people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And I'll ask that everybody else mute themselves until you're called on. And I will now call on speaker 131, Noreen Hautala. Noreen, if you're there. Hello, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Noreen, we can hear you. Please state your name and testimony for the record.
Hello, my name is Noreen Hautala, and I am calling to encourage all the rest of the citizens in Minneapolis to remember to compare what we're dealing with here in 2020 with like 1995 and 1996, when the murder rate was twice what it is this year. It was like about 100 people were killed in those years. And further back than that, the American Indian Movement Patrol, the AIM Patrol, began in 1968, and the purpose was to protect community members from being killed by the Minneapolis Police Department. And according to the Minneapolis Police Chief's statistics, 45% of all people who've died in forceful encounters with law enforcement in Minnesota since 2000 had a history of mental illness or were in the midst of a mental health crisis. How would our community respond if almost half of people with cancer in the midst of pain from their illness were being killed by police in extrajudicial murders? No charges, no court case, no verdict, no sentencing, no justice. So from the points I've mentioned, we can see a snapshot of how police may protect white people with property, but are too often perpetrators of extrajudicial murders of Indigenous, Black, Hispanic, African, and Asian American people, as well as people of any skin tone who are in the midst of a mental health crisis. So I am encouraging the Minneapolis City Council to instead fund things like public housing, crisis response teams, the Memphis model trainings from Memphis, Tennessee, to teach police not to kill people with mental health crisis.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll call next on caller 132, Robert Keene. Robert will be followed by 133, Janice Beck, 134, Catherine Colbert, 135, Jamie Jones, and 136, Michelle Gross. Go ahead, Robert.
Hi, Robert Keene. I live in Ward 10. One of the things I've observed in my 30-plus years of living in Minneapolis Nothing destroys the quality of life in the city faster than the fear of violent crime. And right now, the people of Minneapolis have a good reason to be fearful. We hear daily about an epidemic of armed robberies and carjackings occurring with increasing boldness. As reported in the Star Tribune yesterday, the city has had more than 500 shootings and 74 homicides so far this year. And that homicide rate is 64% above the 4-year average. Many of these are associated with gang activity and turf battle. Well, it's clear to many of us that there are changes needed in the Minneapolis Police Department, specifically to address issues of systemic racism and excessive use of force. We definitely need an adequately staffed police department to combat the current surge in crime. I'm not alone in this belief. A Star Tribune poll in August showed that a plurality of the community does not support defunding the police, and among African Americans it was 50%. So clearly, the loud voices calling for drastic changes are in the minority. The people of Minneapolis have a right to expect a reasonable level of public safety, both downtown and in their own neighborhoods. That will not happen with a seriously underfunded police department. Therefore, I call on the City Council to fully fund the police budget as submitted by the mayor. In parallel, I also encourage the city to continue to explore alternative approaches to crime prevention so that we can ultimately reduce the need for a traditional police force. This is an extremely important issue. With the City Council election only 1 year from now, your decision on this matter will likely have a strong impact on the results of that election. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Number 133, Janice Beck. Please hit *6 and unmute yourself. I'm not hearing Janice, so I'll call on 134, Catherine Colbert.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great, thanks. Good afternoon, council members. I'm Catherine Colbert, a resident of Minneapolis, and I want to echo some previous callers by saying that police do not prevent crime. In fact, the MPD is a threat to the safety of this community, and the racist culture of the MPD is abhorrent. And no amount of money that you can add to the budget is going to fix that or quell the violence in our city. You promised big changes last summer, and I'm asking you to keep that promise. So I want to say 3 things. Number 1, please remove the minimum funding requirement from the city charter. 2, reduce the MPD's budget and direct those funds to housing, youth programs, and especially mental health programs. Listen to people like Anna Schmitz, who spoke earlier about the mobile mental health emergency response teams. Also, CUAPB recently released a white paper on ending police-only responses to mental health calls. Number 3, as other programs ramp up, or if you do decide to pass the mayor's budget, either way, there are many things that you can do now to rein in the police. Get rid of the Office of Police Conduct Review, set up a true civilian oversight mechanism that puts discipline in the hands of the community. MPD has been able to hide their misconduct from us for so long, and that breeds cops like the ones who killed George Floyd, Jamar Clark, Thurman Blevins, Travis Jordan, and so many others. That's all for me. Shelby Thomason, if you're still on the line, your testimony was awesome. I hear your anger, and it is 100% justified. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll call next on caller 135, Jamie Jones. I'm not hearing Jamie, so I'll call on caller 136, Michelle Gross. Michelle will be followed by 137, Taryn Vang, 138, Claire King, 139, Jean Fisher, and 140, Byron Richard. Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, council members. My name is Michelle Gross, and I'm with Communities United Against Police Brutality. Our mental health work group spent 18 months writing a white paper with evidence-based recommendations to end police-only responses to mental health crisis calls. We've met with almost all of you council members, and I want to thank you for your support. I also had the privilege of meeting with Brian Smith and his staff with the Office of Performance and Innovation, and we're pleased that his staff pulled from our paper some of our recommendations in preparing their own proposal. And that said, we recognize that the proposal is for a pilot for a non-police response to mental health crisis calls, but we'd like to ask for a few tweaks. The hours of the pilot are from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., and we'd like to see them changed to make them a little bit later. Our team is made up of mental health professionals, people living with mental illness, and their caregivers. We feel that because people in crisis tend to sunset, we prefer the hours to be later. We're also concerned about a pilot that only serves certain geographic areas. We want to make sure that it is citywide. We feel certain that if the co-responder program had been available on the north side when Travis Jordan had a mental health crisis on November 9th, 2018, he would still be alive today. And so we really want to make sure that this pilot, when it does happen, that it happens everywhere. And finally, the presentation by the Office of Performance and Innovation indicates that mental health crisis teams will respond to calls that don't involve a weapon and don't pose an immediate threat of risk to self or others. We believe that suicide calls are exactly the calls that these teams should in fact respond to. Further, we'd also like to see a co-responder option for calls that involve a weapon. The mental health professional can be on the scene and available to take over the call once the scene has been cleared. Having mental health crisis teams respond to these calls saves money in the long run, but also importantly provides a better service for vulnerable populations. I'm almost done, and just take a moment. The OPI's recommendations would cost between $705,000 and $1.285 million, a small amount of money in the grand scheme of our budget. We urge you to fully fund those recommendations with our tweaks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, and I know we've got an extensive 160-plus page report in the public record as well, so I appreciate all the work you've put into feedback to this committee. And I will call on number 137, Taryn Vang.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. Please state your name and provide your testimony for the record.
Hi, my name is Taryn Vang. I am calling today to speak about my boyfriend, Travis Jordan. He was a resident of the 4th Ward. He was murdered by the MPD 2 years ago during a wellness check. Instead of preserving his life that night, he was murdered for experiencing a mental health crisis. We need to end police-only responses to mental health calls. I urge the City Council to reallocate the $500,000 being used to bring in more police officers to instead be used to hire only mental health professionals to respond to these type of phone calls. Cops only escalate situations. We need to stop stigmatizing and punishing those who need help. As a community, we are at the turning point and have the chance to shape the path that our society is headed. I believe with all my heart that if community protection was built around protecting citizens, mental health professionals would have responded to Travis's call for help. Mental health is an issue which is unbiased in its destruction. It affects every race, every demographic, every community. I've seen firsthand how destructive it can become. My only option that day was to seek help for him, and that day has become my greatest sorrow. One of my fears is how that day can happen to any citizen of Minneapolis. They shouldn't be afraid to ask for help. Being sad shouldn't be a death sentence. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Caller 138, Claire King, welcome. I'm not hearing Claire King, so I'll call on 139, Jean Fisher. You can hit *6 to unmute. I'm not hearing Jean Fisher. I'll call on caller 140, Byron Richard. Following Byron Richard.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome. Please state your name.
I'm sorry. I was number 119, and I was
I
was number 119. My name is Celeste Robinson, and I was having tech problems for mine. Should I go now or?
Yes. Why don't you proceed? Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Celeste Robinson. I live in the Seward neighborhood, and I'm a member of Seward Police Abolition. And I just want to tell City Council, I know that you know the roots of crime. You know the roots of crime in our communities, and you know the solutions to crime in our communities. Those solutions are affordable housing, addiction and mental health care services, it's strong community centers for youth and adults. And until you get serious about directing city resources towards those things and taxing the rich to fill those gaps, you could give $1 billion to the MPD and it wouldn't address the problem if you aren't going to get serious about funding the things that really do fix the problem. I want to say that right now you have a social movement, one of the largest social movements in US history behind you. And that social movement is giving you support and it is giving you political cover to be brave, right? You have a huge opportunity to shift the paradigm away from racism and militarization towards justice and equity. So you have this huge opportunity. And if you squander that opportunity, you will go down in history for just having lacked the political will to get serious about addressing the roots of crime in our communities. This movement is here to back you up. Don't throw the opportunity away. And I want to speak in support of the proposals from Seward Longfellow neighbors for strong funding for an alternative 911 system and a huge amount of funding, $500,000 to go to Seward Longfellow Restorative Justice, which has done an amazing job pioneering some of this work, and $1 million of funding available for other similar organizations in any other neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I will call now on Byron Richard, caller number 140. Byron, if you're there, please hit *6 to unmute yourself. Caller number 141, Zephyr Sheedy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Zephyr and I live in the Whittier neighborhood in Minneapolis. Growing up in a white family with the privilege that comes with that from that experience, I was manipulated to believe that our safety lies in the hands of police. I have been working on unlearning this false narrative I was raised on, and I deeply know that we need to defund MPD and invest in alternatives to police now. Addressing police violence is not an issue that can wait, or a future issue as it has been classified as today, especially for the Black, brown, Indigenous, queer, trans, and unhoused neighbors that are being terrorized by police every day. City Council, I hope that you will not allow the false narrative that police equals safety to be what drives your decisions. Our current police force did not prevent the crime that my peers have mentioned today, so why do we believe that putting more money into police will change this system? We are living through unprecedented times, and folks are in more need of access to affordable housing, medical care, mental health resources, and food than ever before. Investing in the well-being and safety of Minneapolis residents means investing in access to essential resources. Defunding the police will not only move those funds elsewhere, but also send the message to the rest of the country and the world that Minneapolis actually cares about people by investing in the resources we all need. Increasing the police budget or continuing the status quo does not send that message. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm currently unemployed and able to take a day to testify for what I believe in, but not everyone has this privilege. I hope that the council will work on finding ways to hear the voices of folks who are unable to take the time off as each of us have today, especially essential workers such as teachers, healthcare workers, child care workers, and folks in the food service industry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zephyr. Next, I'll call on caller 142, Joe Seal. Joe will be followed by 143, Tessa Cunningham, 144, Alyssa Tucker, and 145, Morgan Rain. Go ahead, Joe. And I'm not hearing Joe, so I'll call on Tessa Cunningham, caller 143. Hit *6 time.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Tessa Cunningham, and I live in Ward 1. I'm using my time today to share testimony from a BIPOC community member who couldn't be here today.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Crystal Bowen. I'm a community member in the 5th Ward. My councilman is Jeremiah Ellison. As far as the city budget is concerned, I understand that the MPD has been overfunded, and while that's terrible, we seek to also provide solutions for our houseless community. So you should definitely put money into the houseless community to be sheltered, considering the MPD is always taking those tents away and the encampments. What is the alternative there? I think budget funds should be used for that. Also, mental health and behavioral health services in our most underserved areas, because de-escalation needs to happen, and we need to understand what different kinds of quote-unquote crime look like, even violent crime. Investing more money into home ownership and owning a home to have people in these communities feel more of a sense of pride in their community. How can you have a sense of pride in a community that is always demonizing you? So we have to pour money into the underserved areas and not just the overserved areas. So to reiterate, we have to shelter our houseless community. We have to put money into behavioral health services and mental health services. And we have to instill a sense of pride in our community so that people can own homes here and have them be safe.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll call on caller 144, Alyssa Tucker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Tucker, and I just wanted to state that there's been a lot of gaslighting regarding the defunding of the police and the supposed chaos that will erupt. It is proven that the police do not deter crime, they react to crime. Having more police flooding into the inner city with limited training and no understanding of the systems that have created the conflicts that are occurring is not going to prevent the unrest. It will feed the unrest. The people that are saying they do not feel safe are the same people that did feel safe prior to George Floyd's murder. It is paramount that we look at these residents with a critical eye as they talk about their fears. These people have never felt what Black and brown bodies have felt for over 400 years. It is hard to have sympathy for the people that lack sympathy for Black and brown bodies that are still dying at the hands of police and that they want to fully fund. I think we should cut more of the police budget and put these dollars into wraparound programs such as mental illness, crisis first responders, housing for those struggling with putting a roof over their heads. A fully funded police force has not prevented crimes in the past and will continue fueling into police brutality. I hear people talking about losing their businesses, but they forget that there are people losing family members at the hands of police. Lives cannot be replaced, whereas businesses can. Those people taken away by the police were financial providers and protectors for their families. If we continue to defund the police and build other programs, we will not need to depend on the police for a false sense of security. If they had the amount of budget—
Thank you for your testimony. We need to get on to other testifiers.
To put 5 hours worth of police on the interstate, they have budget to cut.
Thank you. Next, I'll call on caller 145, Magen Rain. Following that, we'll have caller 146, Tony Gertz, 147, Sarah Cheetah, 148, Ian Sutherland, and 149, Jim Saliba. I'll go ahead and call on caller 146, Tony Gertz. And you can hit *6 to unmute. I'm not hearing Tony. I'll call on 147, Sarah Cheetah.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Cheetah, and I live in Ward 8 here in Minneapolis. I'm using my time today to share testimony from a BIPOC community member who couldn't be here today.
name is Anita Chikatur, and I live in South Minneapolis. I'm deeply upset by the recent decision made by the City Council to provide $500,000 additional funding to the Minneapolis Police Department, knowing that there's very little data to show that this additional money will actually lead to greater safety and security for all members of our city, and knowing that those funds could have been put to much better use. Using city funds to ensure that all residents in Minneapolis have access to housing, that there's adequate food for children to eat, and that there's access to mental health services. These are the things that will keep me safe in the long term and now, because they address the underlying roots of crime. My safety and well-being do not depend on police officers criminalizing poverty, terrorizing communities of color, or kettling protesters on the highway for 5 hours. My safety and well-being depend on all of us having our housing, food, and other needs met. In the time of a global pandemic that is disproportionately sickening and killing people of color, immigrants, and economically marginalized people, the decision not to use this additional funding to provide proper housing for folks in Minneapolis who are houseless, or to provide economic relief for those struggling to make ends meet seems cruel.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll call on caller 148, Ian Sutherland. Welcome. I'm not hearing Ian, so I'll call on caller 149, Jim Saliba. You can hit *6 to unmute. Not hearing Jim, so I'll call on caller 150, Raphael Coffey. Following Raphael will be caller 151, Terry Jackson, caller 152, Anita Knez, 153, Florian Austin, and 154, Christine Popowski.
Hi, this is Raphael. Can you hear me?
I can. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Raphael Coffey. I'm a property owner and a dad who lives in Ward 2. In June, you, the City Council, unanimously agreed that no amount of reforms will prevent lethal violence and abuse by some members of the MPD. This is not public safety. Pouring money into MPD only serves to uphold a fading mirage of safety for some, a fantasy that comes at the expense of many others. The reality is that in order for us to be truly safe, we must all have access to safety. The Charter Commission found that the City Council has significant control over the police department, but only by virtue of controlling the budget. The only way to use the budget to increase public safety for all people, since you don't have line item control, is to redirect the funds from MPD to the programs that your own 911 work group has identified and recommended. Last week, you gave the MPD an extra $500,000. Right now is the moment to reallocate funds. Even though that is not nearly strong enough or comprehensive enough, I urge you to implement the 911 work group plan right now in this budget. The current police force does not keep us all safe. It never has. More police will not keep us safer. What we have been doing has brought us to the point that we are at now. The only way through this moment is to actually do the hard work that is centuries overdue. It is time to walk the talk. It is time to prioritize the safety of everyone. Will you lead us into the future or mire us into the past? Your legacy and the lives of so many hang in the balance. I urge you to stand on the right side of history. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll call on caller 151, Terry Jackson. Hit *6 to unmute. I'm not hearing caller 151. I'll call on caller 152, Anita Knez.
Hello, my name is Anita Knez with the Victory Neighborhood Association in Ward 4. In general, neighborhood associations work hyper-locally on behalf of the city, communicating city information, facilitating required public hearings, and getting feedback. They respond specifically and quickly to resident needs. They administer programs that create community and distribute funding. They host events and maintain volunteer committees that bring together people who love their neighborhoods. Neighborhood associations are looking ahead, including an equity and anti-racism focus and finding ways to connect people during these unprecedented times. This budget will cut funding to neighborhood associations across the city with no alternative offerings to carry out their work. We rely on city funds for our office space, materials, and the ability to employ qualified staff that administer programs, respond to residents, serve as a city liaison, and perform skilled community outreach. Our volunteers alone cannot accomplish these things. Choosing to cut funding to neighborhood associations will shut down lines of communication and undermine residents' abilities to connect with one another. It will harm our communities. Please fully fund our neighborhood associations, pillars of communities that will allow people to come together and solve incredible challenges. And bear in mind, city officials will continue to need well-funded neighborhood associations to help them carry out their vision of safe, vibrant, and connected communities throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll call next on caller 153, Florian Austin. And I'll note that Budget Committee Chair Palmisano has returned, and I'll be handing the gavel back to her. Caller 153, hit *6 to unmute. I'll call on caller 154, Christine Popovsky.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. Please state your name and testimony for the record.
My name is Christine Popovsky. The police are an essential service, just like nurses, librarians, firefighters, and so on and so forth. However, because of racial problems and some overly aggressive handling of situations, there needs to be serious reform. We need a civilian review board with at least half of its members people of color. We need racial sensitivity training, and we need tighter control of the police union so we don't have any more incidents like Derek Chauvin. We need more accountability of the police department in general. However, defunding the police when there is an uptick in violent crime is absurd. There are plenty of good, caring police out there that deserve our respect and funding. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Willem Vander Ark. Willem, go ahead and press *6. Is this Willem?
Hi, this is caller 149. I was trying to hit *6 earlier and it didn't work.
I see. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. State your name and testimony.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jim Saliba. I'm a property owner in Seward and the white and Arab parent of an 11-year-old son who is Black. I want him to survive. I want him to live a long, healthy, and full life. I share some of the other callers' fears about walking in my neighborhood. However, increasing the number of police officers will do nothing to make my walk safer. Increasing the number of police officers will only give some of us an illusion of greater safety, while increasing real dangers for many, including my son. Last week, you handed the police department $500,000 to add police officers for the last 6 weeks of this year with no plan at all for how they will make the city safer for anyone. 2 weeks ago, you received final recommendations from the city's own 911 Police Alternatives Work Group. For the same amount of money per day you agreed to spend for extra police with no plan, you can fully implement, not just pilot, the detailed plan from your own work group. Fully implementing, not just piloting this plan, including rapid response mental health teams available citywide 7/24, will not only reduce the workload of police officers, but also provide safer, healthier responses, especially for mental health related calls. Please stop funding symbolic gestures providing an illusion of safety for some. Please move these funds out of the police department to address real needs in healthy, appropriate ways, thus improving the safety of all. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to caller 155. Do we have you on the line? Willem Vander Ark?
Yep, I'm here.
welcome. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Willem. Can you hear me?
Hi there. Yep. You have 90 seconds for testimony. Go ahead.
I'm a resident of Ward 9. Change isn't neat. And I think that if all the diverse opinions represented by the public in this call could agree on something, it's that we do need change. And we need to think about what it means that so many on this call seem to desperately desire a return to the status quo. That status quo may have benefited those homeowners, business owners, the middle class, all of whom disproportionately white people. But it did so at the expense of the poorest residents, who also will continue to face the most violence at the hands of the police. There's so much evidence that an increase in police does not bring about a decrease in crime. And the more we put power and money in the hands of an unaccountable, hostile army, the more we sow division, alienation, and violence in our community. Police don't stop crime. They don't prevent crime. I agree that the gun violence and carjackings are out of hand, but the way that we promote public safety is to fund the basic needs of our community: mental health outreach services, public housing, access to healthcare, youth programs, jobs. Remove the barriers to people's basic needs and they don't need to resort to crime. I've worked closely with my homeless neighbors trying to help them access resources while the police displace them and steal their belongings after unlawful arrests. I've been in protests and experienced violence at the hands of the police while peacefully exercising my right to assemble and trying to make my voice heard alongside a diverse array of citizens who are sick of watching the police kill the people of the city with no accountability. These protests are not a bunch of young, hip, so-called latte liberals, as the pastor earlier called them. You should listen to those voices as much as the voices here who have the privilege, spare time, and resources to know about their option to call in and choose to exercise it.
Thank you. Thank you. Caller 156 is Aston Marty Arcega. Go ahead and press *6. Wait for the recording.
Hello, thank you.
Hi, welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Hello, council and neighbors. Your neighbors and constituents have not been hiding in wait for cops to be shorthanded before they stole your cars. Your neighbors are struggling with the virus. An increase in policing and incarceration won't alleviate your fears. The police force has been getting more funding year over year, and the drought in staffing is caused by something else. Please, council, focus on the 2021 budget and your attentions towards securing housing for community members and providing direct economic relief. Make creating peace and security a budget priority by taking care of the people. Show everyone in Minneapolis that they don't need to turn to crime because the council is stepping up for them. This is Aston in Ward 12. And I'm inspired and proud of the stand that the council took in June at Powder Horse Park, pledging to take this key moment in history to redefine what policing can look like. But I am disappointed in the additional $500,000 being spent to give us more of the same instability and dangers that threaten the community today, when the first $184 million didn't do the trick, just like Councilman Ellison stated. Invest in the people, give the people something to look forward to as we watch diligently. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 157, Renee Bonnie Jett. If you're on the call, go ahead and press *6.
Good afternoon.
Hi there. Welcome. We can hear you.
I'm with the Barbershop and Black Congregation Cooperative. Minneapolis has the chance to take basic steps to address the system of policing that has historically targeted and criminalized Black and Indigenous communities. I ask, don't forget the objective, justice and liberation. And while there's 12 council people who influenced this, today I'm talking to 2 identified swing voters on council, that is Cano and Johnson. As someone who fights for liberation from and not reform of policing, I'm asking you if the budget really reflects the need to invest in public services outside of policing, because I don't believe it does. You can't expect to liberate people from everything wrong with policing by over-partnering with the current perpetrators of that problem. Most importantly for me as an educator, is the budget reflecting the need to support and reform our school systems? Because the most important preventative measures start there. Punitive policing has not only saturated our streets, but also our schools. So will the budget reflect decriminalizing students by supporting more counselors, not cops, and equitable teaching strategies in the classroom? No supplemental funds or police personnel should be put into NPD. Don't forget the objective, justice and liberation. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 158, Kathy Stoikova. If you're on the line, press *6. Wait for the recording. We see your number on the line, Kathy Stoikova. Your phone might be muted. We'll go on to 159's Tom Bogan. Tom, if you're there, *6. Go ahead. Next, we'll have caller number 160, Rachel Sporer.
Hi, my name is Rachel Sporer, and I'm a Minneapolis transplant from Iowa. I moved here for a job, but stayed because I love the community and everything our diverse city has to offer. I spent my first few years here renting an apartment near George Floyd Square, and unlike previous callers who said they are going to sell their homes and flee the city when times get rough, over the summer I bought a home in Ward 8 and am staying in South Minneapolis that I fell in love with when I moved here. To this day, I walk my dog around the block with complete comfort, both early in the morning and late at night. Contrary to other callers' experiences, I do not live in fear in my city, though through forming strong relationships with my neighbors, I feel safe and protected by those around me. I do not feel safer in the presence of the police, and therefore my call is to ask the city to defund our murderous police department. In fact, the aforementioned surge in crime has all happened with the police budget still intact. So I asked previous callers why their precious police force did not fix things with the $1.6 billion they had this year. I ask you to instead fund harm reduction and mental health solutions that would actually increase the safety of our residents rather than the perceived safety of white folks when police are overrunning the city. I want the city to fund real housing solutions and stop tearing down camps and stealing belongings from houseless neighbors. I ask everyone on this call to get to know the people around you in real life, not on the Nextdoor app. I think you will learn that the lives of our Black, Brown, and Indigenous neighbors are more important than the vehicles or purses that have been reported stolen on this call. Many of you should feel ashamed that that even needs to be said, and as a previous caller so eloquently said, you need to admit that you are not scared to walk your dog because of crime, but you are scared of Black people. Thank you.
Caller number 161, Sophie Nikitas. If you're on the line, press *6. Wait until the recording. 161, Sophie Nikitas. Moving on to caller 162, Paul Persecki. I'm going to list the next ones I have in queue: Nate Broadbridge, Daniel Farias, Jane Swift, and Janelle Austin. Do we have caller 161 or 162, Sophie or Paul? I'm not hearing from them. Moving on to caller 163, Nate Broadbridge. Are you there, Nate? Go ahead and press *6. Wait until it says you're no longer muted. Caller 164, Daniel Farias. Go ahead and press *6. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hi there.
Hi.
Go ahead and state your name and your testimony.
Sure. My name is Daniel Farias. I am a Mexican immigrant, a business owner from the Lake Street area. Minneapolis has 800 officers for 425,000 people. That's 532 citizens per officer in Minneapolis. For comparison, Chicago and St. Louis have 226. Philadelphia has 251, and even Detroit and Milwaukee have 329. This means the current amount of police officers is not enough. We need at least double the size to what we need. The City Council has been defunding and minimizing the police department for years, and East Lake Street area and North Minneapolis have been dealing with the fallout of it all. The difference now is that uptown, downtown, and other more affluent areas are being affected too. It is, I'm sad, but secretly hopeful that this will finally result in positive change. I've heard a few people speak of defunding the police to promote racial justice. And while well-intentioned, as a brown person who has dealt with for years with the fallout of the criminality this approach creates, I do not agree that we have to choose between policing and racial justice. We all deserve better. The community deserves a professional, well-funded, and excellent police force. A police force that looks like us, that protects us, supports, and loves our community. But we also deserve a community that values and respects the work they do. City Council members, please stop talking about defunding the police and listen to your constituents. We demand safety in our streets now. No amount of bike lanes or art displays are worth anything if there's no one willing to use them for fear of their lives. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We have caller number 165, Jane Swift. Jane, are you there? Go ahead and press *6.
Hello, good
Hi,
afternoon. I'm Jane, and I am actually here today to ask that you prioritize funding for non-police solutions to urgent community needs such as housing and mental health services, and to stop funding new hires within MPD. Now, as an organizer of the Sex Workers Outreach Project, I had initially thought that I was going to tell you about some of the concrete things that we need to keep people in the sex trade safer. And today's testimony certainly makes clear that we as a city need to have that conversation. But listening to this hearing, I am honestly just left with questions. I am really struck by the dissonance around different invocations of safety. I'm wondering if we can even assume that we are all on the same page when it comes to defining this matter of safety. When some people invoke safety, they seem to be talking about property values. When some people say safety, they seem to be talking about the right of the dominant classes to exert dominion. And when others say safety, they seem to be talking about their desire to not ever have to be in real difficult community with others, figuring out ways to share space with those whose life experiences we do not understand. And if that is the vision, that is the vision of safety in which the call for simply more law enforcement would make sense. Now, violence is a real problem in our city, but the salient fact is that MPD has not been keeping us safe. I know that the council is tired.
I need to cut you off and give everyone the same amount of time. Thank you, and you're welcome to submit the rest of your testimony to the city clerk.
Thank you.
Speaker 166, we have Janelle Austin. Janelle, if you're there, please press *6. Caller 166, Janelle Austin. And our last caller on the line, Mark Olivier. Mark, if you're on the line, or I understand you're on the line, could you press *6 and unmute yourself?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi. My concern basically is I haven't heard anything about the United States Attorney General's Office Joint Initiative offer from October 20th, 2020. I haven't heard anything about that, and I understand that they basically would control where funding goes, but the funding would still be available for joint policing and mental health initiatives in the city. That's what I heard. And I also have a question about the city's financial position overall versus what the budget being proposed actually is. In 2019, the city spent $772,000 for a piece of art, which is actually a net hanging inside a public building. That kind of spending does not make sense and did not make sense at the time it was done. I looked at FBI Universal Crime Reports, and the crime has been trending upward. Violent crime has been trending upwards for quite a while. There was a decline in 2019 or 2018, I forget one of those years, but the violent crime has been trending up, and that needs to be addressed. And I think that additional policing funding is needed, as well as mental health and housing. And for that needs to be looked at through the City Council and the State of Minnesota and the Metropolitan Council. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes our list of registered speakers today. I want to let everyone know that our next public hearing is set for Wednesday, December 2nd at 6:05 p.m. You can find information about that hearing on our website at lims.minneapolismn.gov. There's also a lot of information about the city budget and our process online. Hello, I'm sorry, our public hearing is closed at this point in time.
Oh.
We've had
Can I
gone
please
through
give
our
my
list
testimony?
of-
I'm from Ward 5, please.
Are you one of our registered speakers?
I was, please. I was like 100 and like 40. I missed my number. Please, may I testify, please?
Could I have your name, please?
Ashley Hart.
Ashley, I'm not seeing you on our list, but go ahead with your testimony. You're saying that you were a pre-registered caller and you just missed your time
Yes,
before?
ma'am.
Go ahead, you
Yes,
have
ma'am.
90
Yes,
seconds.
Councilwoman. My name is Ashley Hart, and I am the executive director at the Shift Cooperative here in Minneapolis. I'm a community member of Ward 5. Jeremiah Ellison is my councilman. I want to start by saying if good cops don't speak up when they see bad cops doing bad things, then they're not bad apples. They're just bad cops. I hear so many community members today speaking of how we need our police. And frankly, considering what just happened to George Floyd, what has happened to Philando Castile and Jamar Clark, and so many others, I'm alarmed and I'm disgusted by it. I've lived in Willard Hay neighborhood for about 3 years. I live down the street from a police precinct. I've barely witnessed a police presence. In fact, during the uprisings, they barricaded their precinct and were nowhere to be found. Police don't prevent crime. At the very least, they are uncontrolled, brutal law enforcers. They're fearmongers. Police are reformations of slave patrols, making them inherently racist. How can we trust them when they keep killing Black men, women, and children like there's no tomorrow? I don't think that this is a coincidence that so many white community members are calling for more policing to make them feel safe. The police's job is to make y'all feel safe as white people. Y'all don't sound scared. Y'all sound racist, okay? Our 2021 budget should reflect real priorities. You all have an opportunity to invest money into alternatives that actually matter. We need safe, reliable housing for our houseless community during the pandemic. We need to fund harm reduction programs for folks to manage and heal from addictions. We need mental health services. The police
Thank you,
don't offer
Ashley.
support.
That is
I
90
appreciate
seconds
you.
and I
Thank you,
have to
Councilwoman.
keep it for everyone. Thank you. I want to thank everyone who took time to testify today and also invite you to stay engaged in the budget process. I also want to thank our professional staff for their incredible work on bringing forward this budget and helping us to run this hearing in real time. I'd like to reiterate that the City Council will be conducting 2 additional public hearings. Those are December 2nd and December 9th. Both of those start at 6:05 p.m. and you can register online. After the December 2nd hearing, our budget committee will take up the budget for markup. These sessions will be publicly available and they're held on December 3rd and December 4th, both beginning at 1:30 p.m. At these meetings, council members will have the ability to introduce any amendments. We will also use that meeting to follow up on any questions raised during the budget hearings that we've conducted. Those markup sessions, as with all of our meetings, will be broadcast on the city's TV channel and live streamed on our website. With that, we've concluded all business to come before the committee today. I've closed the public hearing and I ask the clerk to please receive and file these comments. Without objection, we'll stand adjourned. Thanks.